Hey, how you doing?
Good morning, everybody. Yeah,
Good morning at least. Maybe not good just yet, but we'll figure it out.
maybe we're not there yet.
Very oddly sunny here. It is 10 a.m., 11 a.m. actually here in Finland, and I see sunlight. I'm not used to this. I don't know what's happening, and we're gonna try to figure out what Counter-Strike has in store. As I'm only allowed to look outside. Look at the grass, look outside, and that's it. So
the sun has come to get you, man. That's what's happening here. Finland is about to be a sunny estate soon, hopefully, as we get ready for a new day here at Series 18 of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump straight into the current situation, aka the format of the tournament that we're running, that we have been running pretty much the same for the last 2 years, right?
yeah, sounds about right.
Give or take. You know, there are exceptions. Perhaps play-ins sometimes don't happen and we have straight to group stage performance. But as always, I mean, we've got a cheeky game ahead of us. If we go to today's schedule and just quickly overview what awaits us and see, of course, which teams will be playing, which teams will be potentially losing or winning. Starting off at 10 o'clock, of course, with Fanatic versus Ecstatic. That's going to be our opening match. Later on, followed up by GTZ versus BC Game. We've had some recent changes for BC Game. GTZ, we've seen the Portuguese team try to persevere through thick and thin. And then later in the afternoon, at 4 o'clock, Gun 5 versus Sinners. And it's going to be Sashi versus Rushby as the final series of the night. But Nexus, let's focus on what is ahead of us right now. And of course, that is Fanatic versus Ecstatic.
Sure, let's do this then. Okay, what do we okay, what do you kind of want to hear from me here? Is it the absolute truth, or a bit more of a softer, gentle approach?
No, I want you to speak truth and absolute truth and nothing but the truth, and I want you to be absolutely 110% truthful.
All right, this is a bit of a take here. I feel like it's completely valid in my eyes as well. But it's one that might upset a couple of people. I don't like watching Fnatic right now. I really, really do not. It's such a brand new started team. It's not really gelling at the moment. I get it. Yes, you have some massive, massive changes. I just don't like watching them. It looks so sloppy and boring at times. It looks ugly, almost, to me. You know, not the boring part, maybe not, that's not the right word, but actually it just looks ugly to me in a lot of situations. So, I really wish we could just skip ahead like a month or two, so we would have to see them with more practice. Because right now, I just kinda don't like this, what we've seen in the past, the 4 or 5 games I've had to see. It's not been great.
That's fair. I mean, okay, do you want to add more on that, or just a general observation?
I'll get to it as we get to it, or get to the game itself, but for now...
Yeah, I feel like...
I saw the game, we checked the schedule yesterday, Fnatic, and I just had like a out loud sigh. I was like, oh, god damn it.
Well,
I like the roster, man. I like Matties, I like Fear. I think it's a good enough of a mix, and the changes that Blameup's kind of made to become a more aggressive player. It's all good, man, but it just feels so lacking. I don't know.
No, I mean, look, I'd ask you to go in depth as to your decisions, or rather a thought process, but I understand where you're coming from, because myself, you know, I'm a fan, but from what we've seen lately, that's not it, Chief. And before we go into the details of the actual matchup of the actual two teams, let's first see, of course, right here ahead of us, the standings for the first stage of the group stage. Winner takes all and all that good jam, right?
Maybe.
What are we thinking? What are we expecting besides Fnatic and Ecstatic, the result itself, you know, likely Ecstatic winning? What are we thinking about the other matchups here as well?
I don't know. I think I'm kind of intrigued by Alaska to a degree, right? UKCS and the last hope, so to say, almost making their way through here at the group stages. Up against a very strong 500 in recent form. That's a very intriguing matchup to me.
Okay.
Maybe I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if 9 have figured out their own situation, because they looked good for a moment, then now they've looked a bit lost with Kraken recently, haven't really found out the best way to integrate the team just yet. Then obviously BC Game's got to be an intriguing one with the bleed core pretty much nowadays.
Yeah.
So you've got a couple of games that I actually do want to see here, and I'm very intrigued by that. I feel like, well, might go under the radar otherwise.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, before we go into the details of the actual veto and everything, you talked a little bit about Fnatic already. Would you care to say a few more words about the exact roster, about the players? You know, what's your feelings? How do you, like, why do you feel the way you do? Perhaps if you could substantiate with a few more arguments.
Yeah, I see you pointing off the work here a little bit. It's fine. I'll take it. So, okay, Fear, Matties, I really like the two. I think they're great. I think Matties just has had issues when it actually comes to activating consistently on this roster, which is fair, right? Given it wasn't the only one, even with the previous edition, you didn't really ever have Afro activating, which I would say is leadership issues in my opinion. Now they've got to try to fix those. Fear has that experience, and he can kind of make sure that these people can activate. But you have a lot of people that need these sorts of conditions to activate on this team as well, alongside, I think, Blame F is one. Bermilov, I think, needs to be found a way that he can consistently play and activate, because so far we've seen him have a couple of very decent games, but those have been just more or less the start of the games. Then he's often just worn off toward the end. That's lost impact. I think that's a big issue I have right now is I need to see more from Bermilov. Yes, still brand new to this team, to the level of Counter-Strike in this, well, in this team pretty much as well. But that's a big question mark for me. And then I think as well you have Crims, right? Long-standing member. But I think still needs to step up, or there might have to be some changes. So, I don't know. This is something I don't like just yet.
Well, you've perfectly described Fnatic and their current ongoing issues. Hopefully they'll solve them by the time we get to the next stage. But the team they'll be facing off against, and there's a reason why we have our doubts about Fnatic, right? Why we have our second thoughts about them, is because they're facing off against Ecstatic. Now, I believe it was Series 17, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but they bombed out of Series 17, or was it 16, 0-3 out of the group stage. Completely deflated and defeated.
17, yeah.
17. Completely deflated and defeated without much of a reason to believe in them at all. And into 18 here, they come back stronger than ever, hopefully better, as Kristu, Anlele, Nutnut, Syra, and TMB, of course, representing the colors of Ecstatic again. The Danes here to fight it on. I would hope to see them in a good light. I don't have a lot of good things to, well, not necessarily to say, but rather to point out, because from what we've seen within the last few weeks has been more disappointing than anything else. And the veto is where the details will be at in general. More about the players in a moment, but let's first see the maps and see what exactly we'll be watching.
Now, here's the good part about checking the vetoes every now and then for one last thing, and it's always seeing where that Dust 2 goes. Is it banned or pick? That decides my day, and that decides my mood entirely, so I can tell you I'm a happy boy today for this one reason. Dust 2's out, thank God. Well, thank Fnatic in this case. Our first pick, however, is going to be a little bit of Nuke. That's fine. Now,
okay.
There's some things here, because Fnatic, pretty much whenever they've had the chance, they have picked into a Mirage. That's not allowed right now. So, your backup, it's got to be Inferno. Again, that's not really a map where the numbers bring any sort of confidence in this one. So,
yeah,
it really shows the growing pains the team currently has. And hold on for a minute. We have a chance. We have a chance for your favorite map here.
I would hope so. Tell me that it is train, it is train. It is all about the train. Let's go. Nice, it's train. I love it.
Loves
Yes.
his terrains and not limited to Counter-Strike.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Limited
Miniatures, people. Miniatures.
limited to
We're talking
yeah.
miniatures.
Let's not get. I was about to say let's not get people confused here. I like miniature trains, aka you would call them toys. I call them master. How do you call it? Masterful craft. But it's another and it's another story entirely. Okay, we got Nuke, we got Inf, we got Train, we got a damn good best of 3 ahead of us. I would hope that Ecstatic showcase what they're capable of, that they don't repeat the mistake of the previous season. Well, not season, rather series, where they bombed out completely. And, I mean, Map 1, Nuke. What better way to start this series than to go on Nuke? With me, Nexus, with you over. You're watching Series 18 of Europe. This is Season 2 of the CCT Championship. And we are currently beginning a new round of games. As we begin on Nuke itself, Ecstatic, already opening it up, a site.
And they go, and there's one. There is a chance for second as well for not, but they force Fanatic off the bomb site. Play with the retake. Grim's getting dinked on his way in. It does not really make things easier for Fanatic. We're trying to play a bit patiently, waiting for Zero to come finish the job on one, but that instead creates opportunity now for Burmilov. 2 openings. Question is, where is the last mat? They should know. Fear was in heaven. They spotted his head and never got to finish him off. And that's why that's still not easy for 4. Headshots crispy and clean, and Ecstatic a first one. Just like that, they don't fumble the post plant here. They do close it out.
Yep. Pretty simplistic.
And continue. Moving on. Let's see. Now, here's my correction. You say we're gonna have a great game. Now, I have my reservations. Just because the last couple of games for Ecstatic, right before that,
yeah,
we have to be at least, give them credit. They did make the playoffs in Series 16. 17, they just bombed down. It just didn't look great for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we know they're decent. We know they can play. Well, they gotta show it, and for Fnatic, it's the growing pains that they kind of have to get through. And sure, they did make it here 3-0. Yeah, just so everyone knows. Or did make it playoffs 3-0 in Series 17. Sorry, that's the one. They beat Spirit Academy 2-0 to make those playoffs. So they're at least on a bit of a hot streak right now in that sense.
They got like 4 Series 1 in a row, right? I think, Fnatic? Sorry, 3. Yeah, 3. Yeah. There we go. Well, Fnatic, they're going to kick off pretty well. This is an eco, and they get the entry. They might have lost the round, sure, because the bomb's already planted. But hey, I mean, stealing away a Galil, maybe more. Not bad, though. That's not something you want to see. TMB literally and Anlele cleaned them up with the Mac-10s, aka 5 kills to those SMGs, and voila. Round is gone. 2-0, Ecstatic, off to a glorious start. You said it yourself. We've had recently for Ecstatic quite a few issues. Issues that they somehow weren't able to resolve before the end of Series 17. So it's a bit of a shame that we saw them in that light, but surely they're coming out prepared now.
You know, sometimes life treats you badly. You just gotta get through that, figure it out sort of thing. Oh, you just don't have your day or 3 days in the game's Ecstatic had. Still gotta recognize that Zira is fairly new to this roster. You know, there might be still some things that aren't perfectly
aligned,
coordinated, but
yeah,
you still have the core 4 players sticking together for a fair few months. TMB besides him is the recent addition, about I think 4 months ago.
Oh, you got me here.
5.
I think it's about something like that. Yeah. It's been enough time to safely adjust in the team, right? I think we can say that much.
Yeah.
That it's effectively been just enough time for both to be fully adjusted to this, or for Ecstatic to be fully adjusted to this new roster to a degree. But Going
You
down
know what I just
secret.
remembered?
Yeah, hit me.
I just had this moment of realization. I just looked at the play I did mention, TMB, and I realized we're just gonna see Doom Guy POV.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There's not gonna be a
the
jump
view
scare
model.
ready for it this time. But here at Fnatic, not so ready, because they've been manhandled.
They have.
They're gone. Even Zero's ready for Crims. They just had him dead to rights and defense. That is a beautiful round for Ecstatic, playing it out and finding the entries they require to trade quickly as well into many. And a very, very nice first round. Well, first gun round, let's put it that way. With Fnatic now left with a whole lot in the bank. Opening the floor here up a little bit. Do you have anything you're interested to talk about?
Well, depending on what you would...
Might be a faster play. Might be a faster play. Let's shelf that. You can just think of a topic for a moment. Or not, because apparently Fnatic's not going to put too much pressure on this.
Well, I wanted to talk about... Well, do I have the time? I guess the answer is no. Or maybe. They might just save here, right?
Yeah, I feel...
They might just... They should
on paper,
save?
They really shouldn't save, because they have pretty much max loss bonus from this round
yeah,
now.
but... Do they really have a way in? I don't think so.
There's only one with armor, I'm saying, so...
I don't think so,
it
Chief.
makes no sense to really save,
yeah.
3 players, but it is what it is. Flame F might save that armor, but beyond that, that's...
Yeah.
Go. Substitute change, with Grimm's now finding one of his own. And M4, he might barely keep this alive.
So I wanna touch on the subject that you mentioned earlier in the pre-game even, and there's no problem with anybody on Fnatic that I would have, player-wise or anything. One thing that I think is worth mentioning though is Fnatic definitely need to step up when it comes to the decision-making part. I think that's been their biggest weakness throughout what I've been watching them play. Just seems like sometimes they're indecisive and they don't know what's really the best way to proceed, and then they get caught in the moment. And it feels like perhaps at times it's the... I'm not saying that Fear is the inexperienced guy here, but he's alongside, two extremely experienced players, two extremely veteran players that know what they're on about. And every time you're going to do a mistake, you bet your ass that they're gonna, know that. And Fear, even if nobody tells him that, he's gonna feel that. So
yeah, well, that's won by the experienced man, Grim.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be losing those, but
there's another point.
Life gives you lemons. You don't get to make a lemonade; just get squirted in your eye instead.
Yeah, you get that vitamin C in your eye, and you're done for. I wanted to say also, additionally, the problem is that Crims, right? You're relying on Crims as an anchor at times where I don't think you should be. I don't want to take anything away from the man, but, his prime is long gone, and that's a fact. Now, whether or not you agree with me, right? So you do need to keep that in mind as a team and correctly adjust for that. I might have gone a little bit off the beaten path here, but the facts remain. You're relying on individuals, and Blame F, I think, can hold his own pretty well, but for Crims, perhaps not as much. In any case, even Burmilov has had a lot of issues lately. I think individually he's been substandard, subpar from what we'd expect him to be, and it's been a part of the issue for Fnatic. So there's a lot of work to be invested. There's a lot of work that need to be done. I think they've still got a little bit of time to adjust to each other, to kind of understand everybody at the core level of how they play. But eventually, within a month or two, they have to start showing some sort of result, something that works in a way that doesn't break apart the whole game for them.
Yeah. Now, as we're let's not be too coy about this. We're kind of shitting on Fnatic here in a way, but we have to keep in mind that they have made 2 massive changes plus a coach in IGLing and an AWPer. That's more than you just add. It's more than minus pings plus ROPs. That's just That's
It's a massive change.
different sort of move altogether,
Oh, yeah.
right? You have made a massive change in leadership, upping. That's a huge change across the board, pretty much.
Yeah,
And
it changes
coach
the
as well, adding on
dynamic.
top.
Yeah, it changes the whole dynamic of how you play, so you have to get adjusted to the new IGL and the AWP.
Yeah, so it takes a while. So alas, why I said in the pregame, I want to just skip like a month or two and just get over the growing pain for Fnatic, because it at times does not look great. Right now, the Ecstatic, they're making it quick here. He's flying back with one of his own, and now trying to getting the CT side on the board here, perhaps. I like the re-aggression for Fnatic. They're making this play together. Crims in a little bit of trouble, covered for by Matthews, but cross outside is still going to be made. They've downed 2 players now on that T side. That's an issue. Well, for Ecstatic, what do you got here?
Could be their first round, Fnatic, if they play their cards right.
Could be. We might
Very
be
much.
seeing, if Zero gets to live here, some teammate-on-teammate violence, or ex-teammate. Him and Vermi Love used to play together in Mouse and XT.
That's so fair,
Well, it
though.
feels like ages ago, this one, because Counter-Strike years are such a long time.
Dude, a year in Counter-Strike is 10 years in real life, so there you go. That's
this
why
is
I
cheeky.
aged
So damn
30
cheeky.
years. Not.
Oh, that is nasty. I love that. And that's 1 and 2.
Oh,
That's
no.
suddenly a 3 on 3.
Oh,
Now
no.
the CT side, they're in trouble.
Yeah, and
They
this
do
is
have
what
fear,
we talked
they do
about.
have Blame F from the back. Yes, that makes things a little bit easier, but keep it in mind still, you got a whole lot of the bomber set, and just a big miss shot from Love. Now
Yeah.
let's Bristow have a chance of his own. And 1 and 2. They've turned this round. A 3 on 5. They've not lost a single
boy.
matter. They know where the Opera is. You can just take this to A if you really feel like it, but moment to sight, they've got round under control and all is good. Love has no way in. Despite all these players being so down below, there's no way.
This is called a
You don't win these.
catastrophe. This is called a catastrophe, and this is the issue that Fnatic have to go through. This is, I guess, the motions of the oceans that they have to accept, that sometimes it's going to be a rocky road till you get to that stable part. Bermilov, I mean, he's got the op to save. That's the best he can do. And even that doesn't really matter. It's about to be 6-0. So whatever you do here, whether you like it or not, you've lost the plot, and he doesn't even save. He loses the op, as he said. Quite unfortunate. Yeah.
Alright, let's continue then. With Ecstatic now another round of the board, they're, well, having a great start at their map pick. T side as well, and all is wonderfully being played right now. What we really want to see, signs of life, right? So far, Nuke's been pretty good for Fnatic.
Yeah, I agree. It has. It's worked out pretty well.
Zero.
Oh.
Great opening, and
Bro.
well, that at least is going to let Blame Up know they've got some more players to contend with, and he's got away with 2.
Wow.
Not going to be punished for it. Steals back the advantage. Suddenly now, another chance to not lose to 3.
Let's hope they take it.
Zero.
Yeah.
I like the attempt here, the gusto for the ladder spam.
The fact that he's on the ladder and takes a shot is kind of cracked, yeah. Imagine if you had 100% accuracy.
Aura, almost.
What?
He knows he's got a chance to hit that.
Yeah.
He's hit that before, I think, but
Yeah, probably why he
Nonetheless.
takes the chance in the first place.
Love, with another one found, there's only now 2 remaining, and they know where Sierra used to be, but he's walked all the way back, joining his teammate. Together, looking to cook up a clutch. They should have seen the bomb as well, or not.
Nobody's on BB, especially. Now, Crims is moving down, and I think Bermilov as well is being added on top of that. Fear joining him. So they seem to have recognized the dangers of a B push, and putting 3 players down here kind of indicates that. Here
That
comes
is a
the door short
Very
open.
cheeky peek. I like that they go for it again. Now, though, Sierra.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
They don't recognize the door being opened immediately. Or at least don't recognize that wide swing coming through. So, it's going to cost them 1 more player. But hey, that's a round for Fnatic. We've got something. Signs of life now for them. 7 rounds in for a CT side round.
Yeah.
You do the numbers there. I don't think that's how it's supposed to go on paper.
No, usually it's the other way around, where the CTs are leading by this margin, not the Ts. But hey, you know, ever to each their own. Maybe there's a plan behind it. Maybe Fnatic know what they're doing. Maybe they don't. We'll find out soon enough regardless, as we get ready for round number 8.
Yeah, well, what you say is maybe they've taken a page off the Finnish Counter-Strike book, and first they give him the C-man, then the Matto from Malta.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Whatever that means, exactly. Your Finnish witchcraft doesn't have any effect on me.
Great openings, great trades, and suddenly the T side, they were looking good for a second, and then Fnatic strike. They want to get the second one to the board because they know exactly what rounds like this will do. Getting these back-to-back rounds, get yourself some momentum going on. Onto the side, spam, spray. Both things combined into one word. It's great for Not. The aim delivers him 2. And Krim's left on his lonesome. We mentioned him. I didn't have the greatest start here, but now it's a chance to bring up one versus 2 instead. Clutch up this round because Fnatic, you can't afford to lose the man advantage again here, surely.
No, you cannot.
Oh, yeah, he's played it to perfection. Unlella is just giving away information, throwing all that util, and Krim's never even made a sound on the side.
Well played, Krims. Good win. 1 versus 2. Clutches it out and secures the W for the squad. Took a moment, took a while, but they do it nonetheless.
And so we move on. Okay, now, I'm still surprised, by the way, that Ecstatic have this much money.
I'm not. They've won
3
6
rounds in a row here, or 2 rounds in a row for Fnatic, and Ecstatic still got a bank. A little bit remaining on Christo, Zero, and on Lilele as well. They've done very well to manage this economy.
They've done a good job at managing it, yeah. I think big ups go to TMB for holding that, you know. For probably making the calls, don't buy don't buy helmets when you don't need to. Don't buy, well, you do usually against on the T side, but don't buy unnecessary utilities if you're not intending to use them, etc. You can manage it pretty well if you do, but
oh, that's the bomb.
Oh boy, blame F.
Calls here.
Oh yeah.
Missed shots, not punished, but hello, there's another man. Name is Sierra, and from the secret stairs, he'll pop up for 1 while on 8. Finally got Fear with a couple of frags of his own. It was 0-7. It was going James Bond, by the way. Now suddenly 3 kills. He showed up into the game, and Fnatic, they are looking yet again for that next round. And Bermilov will find a bit of impact, drops the bomb again, and that should signal the end of the round, unless Zero's about to hit some nasty headshots.
You never know.
You know he can.
Yeah.
The situation just seems a bit out of reach.
Does he, though, is the question, right?
I'm gonna wager no.
I'm gonna have to agree with you here, Chief. Doesn't look like he will.
Yeah. Here's my question. Was Sierra the one with 2.7k? Because if so, there is a reason or a chance we could see Ecstatic forcing back up to the next one.
Good question. No clue.
Because if he doesn't, or if he had a 2.4k, that also works. I mean, with a kill to his side, he could drop an AK. We'll see in a moment, but this next round is going to be incredibly important for Ecstatic. They've got a little bit of loss bonus as well to work with on the rest. So, 3 AKs at least. So let's see. Yeah, no, Sierra cannot drop an AK, but the rest able to buy up something fairly alright at least.
We're about to find out how well this buy will do. It's not bad at all, the buy, to be fair. I mean, you've only got 1 Galil and 1 Mac 10. I think you can take that as a W if you're Ecstatic, given what you'd usually have in such circumstances. Now we're going to be seeing a little bit of inside control playing into lobby. It seems like Ecstatic want to play it fast and loose.
Yes,
I can't blame them.
Let's get it.
Good start for the IGL.
Talks a lot about him on Passion UA.
Oh yeah, we are big fans.
Fantastic.
Big fans. Still are in a way.
Yeah, just need a little bit of time. Right?
Yeah.
It takes a lot of a change from him as well, I'm sure, from pretty much living an entire year, at least half of the year, with your players in Team House, preparing for the major and for the year, to then swapping everything. It is a big change, and swapping to an English-speaking team on top of that as well. A lot of changes. Blame F, though, for him. He's just a steady rock at the moment. 1 and 2. Potentially a 3. Fear could find this one. And Lelele's a bit awkward in terms of the fight at the moment. Not ready for it. And this one is about to come to an end. And Fanatic, they want to keep it clean as well.
I like it.
The force buy for Ecstatic. Hey, it's not worked out. And suddenly we're looking at 5 on Fanatic from this round alone. The force buy, the decision to go for it. And I gotta say, I really like the change for Fnatic here. Just very patient, no one officially challenging outside at all. And just Blame F holding steady.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one, surely. Flames will claim Blame F, but that's it.
So,
beyond
Fnatic
that, completely cleaned up by Fnatic, and now, yeah, Ecstatic, they might be caught up to 6-6.
Yeah, they are going to be caught up to. There's no money in the bank, so this has to be a half buy at best, an eco at worst, and I mean, at this point...
Full loss bonus, you'll leave $1,000, you're good.
Pretty much.
So, there is going to be weaponry on Ecstatic, and sometimes, right, especially with the pace that Ecstatic have shown us so far, it's been this sort of slower map control rounds.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see if this one does at least get him a bomb plant, maybe a couple of kills. Fnatic getting caught out of position. But for now, it's just plenty of utilities. A couple of smokes down as well. Is that the lurk smoke into main? No.
No.
So Na'Vi do that a little bit as well. Oh! Hello, Nut.
Wow, that deagle shot is insane. That opens up the whole B side. That opens up the whole
and TMB
half.
now. TMB, hello,
Oh,
he's
the
got
Tech
to your
9.
zone. Oh no, this is the problem. The round's collapsing. And that's the faster pace you're not ready for. You miss a shot, your players are not in rotation. That has suddenly become a save. Well. Ecstatic say, no thank you, get out. Their map pick. They're taking this first half. Already, even with the 6, they would have been very, very happy. Just, you put it on paper, you say 6-6 half, you say that's a good one. But the way they start, absolutely they can claim more rounds, and here they are.
They do.
And it just
7
plays
is
into
amazing.
Nuke. It just plays into every single thing we talk about on this map as well. You play these sorts of defaults, you kind of condition them.
Yeah.
And Fnatic, they were just not ready for this very fast play.
Oh, absolutely not.
And especially, I mean, who's going to be ready for that, let's be fair. But DMB here seals the deal, and then it's just too much pressure being put on Grims.
Yeah, the Tech 9 is fantastic. TMB, right position, right time. And absolutely abuses that to its perfection. Ecstatic finds 7. This is looking like a very good first half. Could be 8-4 even if they continue down this path. I mean, hell, it wouldn't be surprised if they make it 8-4 given how they started here. But let's get kicking into the high gear here, starting with round number 12. Last one. And honestly, okay, I thought it started really well for Ecstatic. I guess I was wrong. Yeah. There it is. That's effectively round done.
It's looking a lot like it, at least.
I mean,
and there we go.
Wow. It's pretty straightforward, actually.
Can't do much about that, can you?
No, you really can't. 8-4, first half done. I mean, as much as we want to believe in Blame F, there's no point in believing here because he's got no chance, honestly. Unless something magical happens, unless he's going to be bringing in a wish somehow and 4 of them. Christu shuts it down, a 3k for the man, and that is all there is to it. Ecstatic looking good on Nuke.
Yes, they are. And like we kind of say, even with a 6-6 scoreline or 7-5, whatever it could have been, beyond that half by, you would have still said that's a good half. Now it's a great, great half.
It is. It is.
And this kind of now puts me in a awkward position to kind of, not awkward, a position I wasn't really ready for. Because so far, one consistent thing for Fnatic has been Burmilov in late rounds being pretty damn good. Being a very impactful part of the early games and then slowing down at times toward the end. So, I really hope that he can get something. But this is not really the map for that. So, Inferno, I feel weirdly less confident even in Inferno, man. Like, that's not an Opera's map either, so Burmilov, he might have a bit of a tough series ahead of him, but maybe the T's out of Nuke really treats him well. Because if not, it'll be his teammates who have to step up, but they will have to no matter what. You've got Fear and Mattis already, one apiece. These sides vacated quickly. And to make their stands, a counter-offensive play here. The CT side are walking their way in, but it's 1-2. They're guarding down at last man. Almost. And now it's down to the last man. BlameF with the Glock will seal the deal. Him and Fear. Couple of pieces and Fanatic. A necessary round?
Yeah. Definitely necessary round. I would agree with you here. I think Fnatic had to win this if they didn't want to lose map 1 too quickly and it going down in flames almost immediately. So yeah, it's going to be 8-5. It's going to be a good opener here for the pistol. Let's hope they can keep it up. Fnatic do need at least a few more rounds to kind of buckle themselves in and get ready for what comes next, which is the hard comeback. First getting 3 rounds and then beginning the actual win itself. As we jump into action, round 14, it's going to be a force buy for the CTs. Are we surprised? The answer should be no, I think, and that's about it.
Yeah, not surprised, just a bit disappointed. Right, you have an 8-5 lead. You can play that first gun round 3 with a little less utility, even if it's very important here. Because the force buy just puts things into an 8-7 perspective almost immediately if you end up losing this, and we started off at least with the entire outside control for Fnatic. They're going for the default here, it's going fairly well. You've got Crims who's waiting for this counter-aggression. You take, or lose outside control, you look to take something back, so his position is fairly good here. But he's not going to receive any attention. BlameF's already in heaven, this is just a round waiting to end. And here is that Ecstatic counterplay. Take lobby. One at the top of the roof for now. That's going to be Chris, though, but the rest of Ecstatic don't really have much to say here.
Yeah, I don't need to say much, really.
It's simple.
Pretty much is. Very good cleanup. I'm not sure why the force buy has to come through in the first place for Ecstatic. It's a discussion that I feel like I am forced to talk about it every single time we see it. And it's that discussion of, yeah, the force buys can work, I don't mind that, but it's also how many times they don't work and we just have survivor bias, as they say. It's not exactly the same in that sense, but point, I think, stands in the same way. Like, the force buy for Ecstatic here was useless. And it's just a waste of a round. They have an 8-5 lead, and instead of playing an eco and now having a full buy where they still have 2 rounds difference, they are now ecoing themselves. So,
you know,
what
I have another issue with?
Yeah, hit me.
They don't even make a play in that round. It's them
also
reacting to Fnatic.
And it's not even a good reaction, is it? It's just like...
That's the most usual one you're gonna expect, and that's like the textbook one, so Fnatic kind of know how to play that one out. There's no gimmick, no trick to it, and you lose aim duels.
Exactly so. And, yeah.
Lack of inspiration, and suddenly Fnatic, they look like they're in the game.
Exactly so. Fnatic look like they've got what it takes to secure a W here, perhaps, as we have Matties on Unlale. It's going to be a full eco they deal with. This is easy 8-7, and we've got ourselves a pretty hefty bite-sized duel here. BlameF, Crims shuts it down, and that is all there is to it.
Yeah, this is now 2 clean rounds for Fnatic, by the way.
Yeah.
And suddenly, Economy Big Boom's getting... The investment portfolio explodes. And Ecstatic, now they get these guns out. And if they lose this one, it just lets Fanatic have the entire runway. The tarmac is ready for them to take off here.
Yeah.
So, Ecstatic, it's your mapping. You gotta show us a good CT side now. Because Fanatic, while, yeah, an 8-4 half CT side, or 4-8, not great, they've now come back into it.
I mean, if they can bring it back on this second half, they won't care. And,
yes,
the entries. Yep, they can. That's going to be enough. Andale is dead. He gets killed in main. It's down to the last two in heaven.
Bye-bye.
The nade will bring them down to half HP at best, and at worst, finish the...
That is clean in terms of the trading and execution.
Yeah.
Ecstatic, they didn't have counter utility. That's an issue.
No,
right?
no, not only
where
that.
was that? The setup was a bit lacking. They tried to spam from main. I do at least respect the attempt to trade it out even further. But that still was very well played for Fnatic. They were crispy on the trades. That's all you really need. And it just cleaned it out.
And it's not only that. It's also the fact that this is now tied. Ecstatic had a fair chance. We said it before. If they play their odds, if they play their advantage, they could win the round. They could make a difference. Instead, they're now having to fight against effectively the same score where they're already losing. They're about to start losing. Like, it's going to be 9-8. There is no doubt anymore in my mind, and I think in anybody's mind, really. This will be an advantage for, of course, Fnatic. And all of that because you force buy instead of buying. Instead of ecoing, excuse me.
Yeah, now it doesn't necessarily mean the round was going to be, or the outcome was going to be too different, but it's still...
No, it might
put
not,
them in this trap, almost. It's kind of led them to here, and Fnatic, like we say, they have the runway.
Yeah.
And this is the round where they're going to confirm the takeoff. From 8-4 down, tied, and the CT side, at least this time, they're making more plays in this half buy. I do enjoy that. Nuke is a map with a CT side that can get up in your face.
Yeah.
Up in your business, pretty much.
It can get a little bit nasty.
That is something I really like to see. And if you've had the unfortunate pleasure of playing against me, you know I'm gonna run lobby and go up the ladder every single round because it just works. Way too good. Here, Fear and Burmy left in the 2-on-2 suddenly with a half buy that's given away more than it should have, perhaps. And it's taken down another one. Burmy left in a clutch. This is where we do say he kind of does shine, but through the smoke. Finds the first, and there's the quick trade, 5-7 spam, but that is not going to be around confirmed by Fanatic as prophesized at the beginning of this one, but Ecstatic instead. Stealing one back, taking on number 9. They know where they have to be in this. They know they have to win this. We had questions about their form as well coming into this one, but one man we haven't really had much to say just yet about is Unlelele. And
yeah,
talk about him. He's the one who needs to activate here, and that's what he's doing.
Absolutely. He's doing a great job. He's starting to wind up the process in his own favor, and things are looking on the up and up, to be fair. Like, Anlele seems to be doing all the right things, right?
Oh, yeah. Great flashbangs from Crims. Fully blinded, good trade, and this is very clean for Fnatic with the trading. Oh, that's not. Maybe it is. Crims still gets it. You've got another matter toward the side. No more, actually. EMB did disengage, but he still picked off another one, and now in heaven. He's going to make a little bit of noise, perhaps try to make him think. It might be a main heaven retake. This does give Christo a lot of time and space to maneuver around. First headshot, though, is TMB down. And Christo walks in. 1v2 needs to get this one, and just want to play at least low on HP. That's the one he just spotted. A P2K bullet will do. Get rid of him, but there's first one, second one, he knows where he's at, can't take the AK, fakes the bomb plant, or defuse once. No
kit means he's lost the round regardless.
It's no versus all. You swing for it, and on the defuse, Cresto should have this one with a second or two to spare. 1 versus 2, and Ecstatic, now they're back in it.
Yes, they are. I am a little bit perplexed how they allow him to win there, but they win nonetheless, and with that out of the way, It seems like the stars will align. Ecstatic back on track after a bit of an excruciating start. A few mistakes too many. And 10-8 will kind of tell the story of what we've been seeing so far, which is effectively a lot of W's for... Of course, for Ecstatic. A tactical pause. Second one. Gonna have to discuss this. And if I'm Fanatic, I'm deciding to step it up here. I would go far more aggro, far more a faster approach. Really is what I'd be looking to pull out.
Really? I mean, because I already say they're going fairly aggressive myself. Right, you blame after last round as well, him and Matties. Before that as well,
the thing is,
trading out from A main.
It's all good that they try,
a Holly to me. Like,
but if you're
going for it,
yeah, but the problem is if you're
fast.
committing to it, you need to commit with everybody, not just one or two players, right? That's one of the bigger problems we've been noticing in teams in general. Committing to aggression and not actually putting most of the players behind it. Blame F finds a free kill though, and Lele lets himself be caught. Nut. We'll find Mattis, Christu on ramp, and was that the op? Wait, Christu had the op, didn't he?
I think so.
Yeah, he just stands on a very one-and-done spot corner. That's awkward. Well, I guess that's it.
The micro of Counter-Strike. Sometimes you need to position yourself a bit better. We're now. The retake, and it started off as Syrah, quick on the first, maybe a little bit of fear though, they have been now seen as the price for this, and Blame F in the vents will find one more TMB. All up to him, it's not happening, and a Fanatic, yet another round they'll be picking up here. Fight continues, and financial troubles is still plaguing Ecstatic here it seems, because they've got a couple players who could buy something here. Christu goes for the hero rifle, sells it immediately. So we are going to be seeing most likely just a half buy here. And we continue. After this short tactical timeout, as Fanatic, I'm a bit surprised they don't want to call it, sure, but do like at least the fact that they are, because the last time they had a half buy against them, what happened? A big fat L handed to them, that's what.
Yeah, they lost. So hopefully that's not going to be the same again here, but... I mean, Ecstatic have no business buying, obviously, so this should be 10-10, but... Fanatic, they're going to ramp up the aggression. Lovely. Exactly what you love to see here.
Oh, okay. Almost great for Ecstatic. That's still halfway decent. That over, TMB gets caught. Not the ideal scenario on Lele. Still on 18 after winning the 1 versus 1 versus Burmilov. Talk about impact, talk about him needing to activate on this team. Let's see something at least here. Let's get a kill or two to spice things up a bit.
Yeah, let's get it a little bit more interesting, right?
Shake up the financials on Fanatic. Well, maybe next time. For now, it's suddenly a tie game.
Pretty impressive. Wouldn't you say? I mean, given how we started...
8-4 down, not looking the greatest on their CT side. To now having a pretty damn clean T.
Yep, exactly. For a second, it looked like we might be, you know, looking at an end of the map quickly, but it seems like Ecstatic will be taken aback by the fact that Fnatic still have something to say about it, which is lovely. And we begin anew. It's going to be round 21, 10-10, tied up as best as you can be.
Opening for Matthews, he's kept up that aggression as well. This kind of conditioning from these last few rounds that they've gone for this. Him and Blame after dropping and trading. But this time it's only just the one. Trying to confuse Ecstatic on their approach almost with this first man down, but here comes the forces. And walking in, DMB's getting caught because Fear walked out of the smoke and squeaky. And the round is swept up by Fanatic here.
11 to 10, man. Fanatic might win Nuke. That would be a pretty big upset, given what we know.
This is a Fear masterclass as well now. T-side and fragging out.
Yeah, this is what Fear has been brought in to do. Honestly, like this is the whole, the whole shebang of Fear is being a player like this, an IGL like this, where he absolutely dominates his peers when you least expect it. 11-10. And we're about to enter the Twilight Zone for Ecstatic. Full eco again, as they find themselves on the edge of their seats. Their own map pick falling through.
Oh, hello. And goodbye. Goodbye, my love.
Yeah.
Blame F just holds the position here on top of Mini. We'll get to keep it for a while. I love the fact that we are not seeing him shy away from this duel.
Yeah.
Him and Blame F, they keep going for these fights in outside towards Mini especially. And as long as Ecstatic keep giving that kill to them or the opportunity, they'll happily take it. And if not, they'll take that space instead. Here. Sierra is in a good position. And Matthew's down. 50 seconds left.
They walk me.
Secret for now will be denied, and they have to figure out a different way. And that is no surprise they're going for an A hit. Up in heaven, you got one. We're going to really only spot for information. Beyond that, not a lot there. And so, good Molotov. They maybe heard the tick. Most likely did, but nonetheless, bomb goes down, and Fanatic looks to secure 12. And I say, they'll be getting it as well. Christo maybe waits for Zero. They don't have a kit here, so there's no real chance for the retake. Unless Zero starts running in a moment. Maybe creates opening for Christo to walk in with the 5-7. But this one should be 12. In all outcomes, in all different worlds as well. And just about getting an exit or two. That's that. Zero keeps that AK as well. And we move on. Fanatic on map point.
Dude, Fanatic comeback is absolutely real here. Like, this is an insane return to form in a manner that you and I don't think we expected it. I mean, it would be impossible to really expect this, given how they looked in the first half. Honestly, I was so worried for Fnatic that this is a massive surprise, as well as a bit of a relief, really, that they're not going to have the same issues, the same kind of problems that we've seen them so many times before. And crazy to think this. And, well, here we go. Round 23 could be very much our last. Unless Ecstatic pull into overtime, we're going to be seeing Nuke end on a very low note here for them. Damn.
Fear.
Legitimately didn't expect that.
20th kill on the board, and it's on the Zero through the smoke. With Ecstatic now. Yeah, they've lost the plot a little bit here. Now, can we circle back, go back to the force buy after losing the pistol to blame everything on that? Yes. Is that true? No. It's just all these rounds that have happened, but it was the start to the show here for the second half. You let Fnatic pick up that momentum with a force buy that lacked inspiration, and then you haven't really changed outside, because I just said last round as well, they've been allowing Matties and Blame F to take all the space outside.
Yeah.
At this now, the second time, Fear walks through the smoke to find a TMB. And I think the last 2 or 3 rounds he's done that now. So, Fnatic, they're about to secure map number 1. It's 13 to 10. And unless something goes horribly wrong, that's exactly what we're going to be sticking with. Fear, his 3rd kill for the round, and he might as well get an ace here, but it's not happening. He's not set up for these positions, at least not the squeaky duel. That's one more to go, and the round, the game, map number 1, excuse me, is about to be done. Lame F stays alive, Burmy missed a shot, Matthews to trade it out. And Fanatic
that's it.
is on the board. And it comes from Ecstatic's map pick as well. This kind of goes into the Veto itself here, where Fnatic, they have had good results. That first half, it was just a lie.
Yes.
They just didn't perform. They just did not have a good time. It was
just
6 in a row. 6 in a row before.
They had nothing.
Yeah, Ecstatic, they were running with this one 8-4, and then you blink, and it's the CT half that is lacking response. Because Fnatic kept going outside. There was no... They didn't have an answer from Matthews and Blame F just swinging them in main. And usually you just said another player there. It's not a massive problem. But then you have these rounds where Fear kind of walks through Squeaky Smoke twice. So you can't ever really sit still or be happy on that A defense either, because you never know if Fear's going to shoot you in the back.
Yeah.
It's just a...
You know you can't.
It is a very well-crafted T side there for Fanatic. And then, when the CT side don't adapt to it, if it's working, don't fix it. You know, that's the thing. It just kept working and working, so they had no reason to try to change things up there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No point in making massive differences, because, simply put, everything kind of aligned together very well for them. And in the end, the result is clear. It's a win for Fnatic. They avoid having to bow down to Ecstatic, and this is where things get very dangerous very quickly for the side of Ecstatic, because now we go on to Fnatic's map choice, and it's gonna be a tough one. I have my doubts, especially with Inferno being next. You and I both know how tough of a map it is, how quickly it can go all wrong. So it's going to be a lot here on Ecstatic to make sure they do not repeat the same mistake.
I mean, Inferno at least has been a map where they've been fairly decent on as well in the past. It's been comfortable
that's fair.
But it's been one for Fnatic. The core hadn't been that great. It's been a really Fear and Burmy-loved kind of that have been decent or good enough at it on the past. Fear, especially in Passion, was really good on this map to kind of call and set up things. So trying to reform the Fnatic map pool, absolutely. And I want to see what they'll get out of it. I have hopes. Kind of the same issue, though, I had with them picking Mirage over and over again when they didn't get the results they wanted. So I want to see what they can now do if they've had a couple of days or a week or so. The last time they played it was on the 1st of the month. So they've had about 9 days to clean up their game here. So
maybe it's enough.
Maybe it's enough, but brand new team, so many changes, so we need to see what they want to do on their map picks, because this is still a chance for them to close it out. They took Ecstatic's pick away, and now we head toward that second map after a bit of a break, ladies and gents. So don't go too far, or do nonetheless. Go get yourself some water, coffee, whatever you might need, breakfast. Do what you want. Not your dad, but nonetheless, we'll see you guys in about 10 to 15 minutes for that second map of the series. It's going to be Inferno. Don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gents. We are ready for map number 2. It's gonna be Inferno. It's gonna be, I forgot the Fanatic versus, oh my, Ecstatic. My mind's gone a bit of blank. Sorry, I'm not having a great morning today. I just woke up, I disassociated from everything. I just had a moment of what is happening, and it's carried on. I'm gonna try to work through that, but for now, let's continue. Fanatic versus Ecstatic. That rhymes a little bit.
Yes.
Wonderfully done. But we're headed to Fanatic's map. I think it's gonna be Inferno. It's a map where they haven't played in 9 days. They've had 1 out of 5 games, resulting in a win. And they picked into it. Now, with the sort of hopes or previous experience almost of the same exact thing they had on Mirage, where they barely had results, they kept picking into it, they kept practicing it until it got better. I can kind of hope for something decent here, but my problem is that Mirage is the map that they put in a lot of time into, absolutely. And that is the kind of pick that we've seen them go for a lot now. So, into Inferno, I don't know as much what they have in store. And that's a cause for concern a little bit, I'd say. Opinions?
I guess, yeah, we could go as far as saying that it is a little bit of a cause for concern. But alas, we ain't done just yet. It's, as you said, second map Inferno here. We're going to kick off with the pistol. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump straight into it. And Lele is going to be going into Banana. Oh! Oh, Ecstatic, you cheeky buggers. That was beautiful. Pushing down Banana, countering them perfectly. 3 players is enough to hold the whole team of Fanatic at bay.
You'd hope it is. Against those Glocks, you never know. But this time, it started off the right foot for Ecstatic. And we heard it in this one as well. Ecstatic in the past, in a couple of different, or with a different variation of their team. They've been fairly alright with this map.
Yes.
You know, at least given passable results. So they have plenty of practice even with the core here as well. But it's not the bread and butter. It's not their prime map by any means. So we might get to see something scrappy, or we might get to see the basic Inferno where it's nades thrown, you respect those. But this time,
or you don't.
No respect. Because 1 and 2, the trade is there immediately. The B side gets taken over by Fanatic as they swarm their way in. Continuing.
Oh,
not just swarming, looking to control.
Oh yeah, this could be a secondary as well.
Oh.
Sider goes in 1 by 1. 1 by 1, Ecstatic, not like this. Ooh, that's tough. Yeah, that's very tough. Nut. I think it's time to nut the hell out of here as, round is done. Fanatic force up, go towards B. And once again succeed this time. Well, not once again, but rather succeed this time, I should say. Impressive, to say the least, as well as a little bit concerning, Ecstatic. You've lost a fair bit of your players. You're going to lose your last one as well. And you might have dealt damage to Fanatic, but they just forced up and won. They got the bomb down. They got 5 kills. This is like best case scenario for them, despite the fact that they've lost 4.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing as well, right? It's even worse when you realize Fanatic is on the T side and Ecstatic with the CT economy.
Reset.
Yeah, I mean, a force buy is really is the only option here. But
yeah,
they've gone for the weirdest buy I've seen in a long time.
Yeah. See, the thing
Zero's
is,
got 5-7 on armor. Unlimited got a smoke and a deagle. No armor. Not has a smoke and a 5-7, and then you've got
no armor. Yep.
Just about 1,000. So it's like a mini investment and eco next round as well. So they will have full utility for the gun round and 2 rounds to go.
It's a double eco
decent choice. They've got some utility here, like a couple of smokes. That's fine. That's fair.
What I like is,
probably
sorry to interject here. I have to interject, and I just have to say this. I really like this buy because it gives them the option to still fight, but it doesn't commit them to it. It's not like you need to win in order to make this buy work, but rather, okay, if we can deal damage, it's fine. If we can't, it doesn't matter. We'll have enough money, and as you said, utilities will be available next. And it's more like, let's condition Fnatic into thinking that the next round might be an eco as well, which it will be to a degree, but you could see a half buy. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they get a lot of damage here, maybe save a rifle. I wouldn't be surprised if they might actually rebuy Ecstatic if they're crazy enough. Or not rebuy, but rather actually invest. But those are crazy thoughts. Let's hope that they don't come to fruition, as we're going to see mid-control, and this is pretty much done. deal.
Yeah, TMD was
Ecstatic.
fighting his demons to push that smoker. No, it lost that.
Yeah.
And there you go. I mean, hey, 1 kill.
Yeah,
That's
1
not
kill.
the lot of damage you were hoping for. Or trying to set up here, but it's 8 damage.
That sounds so bad when you put it that
sounds
way,
so
but it is
terrible.
in fact it is in fact terrible. Yeah, 8 damage, because that's exactly what it is. It's like you got a kill. Okay.
Yeah, that's not really setting up the next round, but it's completely fine because Ecstatic knew what they were going to be going for as well.
Yeah.
Inferno, you do need util on that CT side, so it's a round like this and eco in the next one. It's fine.
And it's not only the fact that, you know, CT, you have to eco next, but it's CT sided. You need to have that utility out for you. You need to have that firepower with you. It's vital to deal with the T's and, you know, injecting themselves onto your side of the map.
All right. Should be easy enough if that last one was as well, but in rounds like this, you have little to, or nothing to lose, everything to gain. You can send your players to the same position. Right here, we see a 5-man banana stack or B stack at least.
Yeah.
Idea is nice. We'll see, maybe it gets like 1 kill, but as soon as it's spotted, it should just be run A as fast as you humanly can. Or start no-clip it across the map, because that just might be the exact same deal they're going for. But Blame F. Eco Cobra. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, they don't even run it. They just go for it.
No, they just go for it. I respect that. I love it. Very straightforward action.
I mean, if you have the max and getting contact, finding 1 and 2 immediately on the spray transfer for a Mac 10, I don't blame F for going for it again. And just has the help there as well. So all is good. Handled, everything is well. Fanatic 3-1 start now, and the guns are coming out for Ecstatic. Now, a couple of, wait, is that... Okay, for a second I thought Fear had a, unsilenced M4, but that's just the jersey blending into the Galil there. But, as I was going to say, if I can remember... yeah, so my possible concerns for Fnatic are that the individuals won't be activated to the same effort, right? You had last T side pretty much relied on Mattis and Blame F outside of control, Fear lurking. So, you gotta make sure you can set these players out. But Inferno's gotta be a map where you played so differently than Nuke every single time either way. So, I kinda wanna see what they have in store for us here.
Oh, absolutely.
How clean of a game, how well thought of a game is it gonna be, really? But here, Ecstatic, despite the fact that they ecoed that last round, they went for the utility buy with this one, they don't really have a lot of it remaining. It's the first minute of Inferno. You gotta respect it. That is Matty's thinking he had a timing. Utility deployed and out towards mid. Is still gonna be the play here eventually, but it's gonna be a bit of a slower turn for this moment of wait. Shadow found, an advantage gained.
Oh,
the
this
next one,
work for Fnatic
still
very
Zero
well.
out from long. He's waiting for his
he
own
missed the
chance,
short.
This timing on Bummy Love.
Oh, no.
And that's
The timing there was critical.
Yeah. 8 retakes. You fancy these? Because I don't.
No, and you're probably not the only one.
Yeah, it's really onto a timing. Oh, yeah, there you go. Got Chris still thinking. First shot now hit. Do you want to go for it?
I feel like you have to try at least, right? You got the kill, you got the entry, you got that security to begin. The problem is the follow-up, and it's not going to be there.
Yeah, door slammed in your face.
That's the problem. And the solution, well, to this problem is effectively running away and saving.
God, I love doing my James cosplays.
You're not the only one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, this is that's a valid round for Ecstatic to save in.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It is.
Okay. Don't know why I thought Blade Myth was a CT there. My mind's playing tricks on me, man, I'm telling you. It's a rough time being out here, being the greatest office player known to man.
Greatest office
It's
player.
causing a mental taxation on me.
Well...
And I'm dropping 30 in a losing game of like 12 or 13-7, man.
I feel you. I feel you.
That's the only game we, by the way, lost on in Office. Just to go on a bit of a tangent here. We played it like 6-7 times and only lost once. And every time we're dropping like 25 or 30. It's so much fun. It's so much fun just rushing at them on that CT side, or T side. I love it so much.
I mean, Office is great, honestly.
Yeah, it's fun. In CS2, maybe now, or at least we're getting lucky if we haven't had any cheaters. Like, CSGO was just hackers the entire time and cheaters.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, yeah.
We haven't had any. That's very lucky in my
I know
players.
that apparently the new AI AC and anti-cheat is supposedly already in effect. So
I've still yet to see it do anything.
I will say this: I've had a live ban during my matchmaking game on Premiere about 2 weeks ago, before the season changed, like before the season switched up. I saw a live ban in the game. Like in round 10 or something.
There's like a Bigfoot sightings. Like, is it real?
Yeah, legit. It's like it's one of the rarest. It's harder to get this than a knife. Like you're sooner gonna open up a knife in a case than get a back ban live.
This is getting a little
we are getting ecstatic removal from A. This is best removal Fanatic 101.
A bit rough here almost, because you have not still on balcony. Christos rotated too long to cover for this as well. They've got a crossfire to go and deal with. Oh.
And I guess they're not using any PPO.
Elaborate. Not familiar.
Personal protection equipment, like protection. Yeah, personal protection. How do you call it?
No, Christo is the protection here, it seems.
PPE, personal protection equipment. There we go. In any case,
had a 1v2 previously.
Crims. Oh, he's gonna check the flank. He's gonna find it. 40 seconds. He's got the time.
Yeah.
Crims.
His round.
Sneaky god. I love it.
Smoke down,
Smoke up mid. Yeah,
can't swing
absolutely.
into it and just wait and wait and wait.
Oh, I think Crims goes back A here. No? Okay, never mind. For a second there, I thought he might walk back into the smoke and go A, but it seems like the decision has been made. B is the place to hit, and, well, Christu, he's going to be late for this. He had the same idea as Crims here, or rather as I, not Crims, to stay on A, to maybe think that he's going to walk that smoke. Instead, the bomb's already planted. He goes on first box, expects him on banana. That's a good read by Creams. The problem is he gonna stay here for as long as he's looking to win this, right? Because usually you recommit to a different spot if you don't have contact for the next 20 seconds. But Creams,
that's an insane
my man's patient.
To hold in a post plant. That is an insane.
It's not just insane. It's absolutely criminally like it should be an asylum case. This is like you're going into the crazy asylum for that one. But yeah, like I said, there's a timing that you usually go for, right? 10, 15 seconds you kind of hold, right? Maybe. And then after a good 20 seconds, you're going to start thinking about CT. You're going to think, wait a minute, what if he's already there, right? What if he's going to peek me from CT? Crims, though, I mean, that is... he just stands there for like 25, 30 seconds. Damn.
I mean, if he's not swinging from CT in that time, it just gives him confidence. You just keep a side eye on it, he's not there.
That's fair.
Alright, 5-1, Crims, a second 1 vs 2 in this series so far. Had one on Nuke, that came up very clutch for them. And currently they're leading 5-1 now because of him. And also his stats. Coincidence? I think yes.
I think not. Maybe. I think yes. I think
or is it TMB 1 and 5? Is that the issue? We'll see.
We'll see.
Superstition, clearly a real thing.
Yeah, we believe. We're believers, aren't we?
Sure. Some caster's curse, some hijinks.
We've had our own fair amount of magic moments. Good nade. Good advantage for Ecstatic.
I do have something to show you later. Try to remind me, because I will not remember.
Oh, okay. Now you're getting me all giddied up. I want to know what.
You'll see. Not for now. Fanatic, they're off B. Back towards A they go, and this is when they've had Crims in apartments the entire time. It's just the power position that lets you rotate back if the CT side don't decide to take the fight to you. As long as you hold it, you've got a chance to go back to reap the rewards of not fighting 2 and nearly a third as well from it. But 1v3 is required, blame F. Sadly for you, doesn't have the HP. Or sadly for him. And Zero closes things out, and that is going to be Ecstatic. Second round of the board, and it comes from a very good not 2k there. Deals the damage, takes the advantage, and Ecstatic, dare I say, jolly about this round. Not ecstatic just yet, but they're getting there.
Tactical pause. A moment here for Fanatic to talk this one through. I presume Fear has a lot to say, perhaps input from the coach even. You know, I imagine Castle has a lot of words here for his proteges. The fact that, you know, they win a clutch like that and it's still not enough to persevere through the next one. Ecstatic, 2-5, and let's see if they make it to a third. Surely they don't want to repeat the mistake of the pistol. Let's not forget they won the pistol, lost the round right after, and that made them go up against a 5-1 scoreline. Meanwhile, for Fnatic, they have ample opportunity here to really solidify their T-side advantage and hope to progress that towards a potential 7 or 8 even. Fan of banana control. Spots are on point. Anlele ready. Fear absolutely without reaction there. And Fnatic once again lose the entry with Blame F on 1 HP. You've got yourself set up for a win, Ecstatic. Let's see if you do get it. Chris 2 on Matties.
Enough to completely bow Fnatic out of this A site and potentially the round. Yeah, they're in T-spawn.
Yep, they're saving.
Wow. Incredibly reserved and
yeah,
maybe valid. Right, you've got 1900 loss bonus.
I
don't know. I mean, I think it's got to be an eco next round. Or at least a half-buy. That's yeah, half-buy. That should be the case here.
Well, if they all survive, which they will, I think they're just buying. I think Crimson, Bermilov, they'll drop a Galil, maybe 2 of them even. Like, they have 2 Galils to buy. Utility will be available for Fear. Matty's not sure, but I think it's 2.4. No, actually, no, you're right. It's 2.9. Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
1.9.
Actually, 2.4. No, what am I talking about? 1 lost round. Yeah, 1.9. What am I talking about? God damn it. Yeah, my bad. 1 lost round. Yeah, there we go. 1.9. So, honestly, I wouldn't mind them buying here.
I do.
The better idea would be to eco, absolutely, no doubt there. But yeah, there's the buy. I wouldn't mind this.
It's fine.
Either. Yeah.
Nothing that Inferno as a T map doesn't really let you get away with. Because you can just trade things out, play pack mentality, and it will work out a fair bit of the time. So you have the utility around that, you're fine. No issues. Just yet. But out of control. It's just gotta be utility flying through, and this is the most basic Inferno you'll see. The first minute, 40-ish seconds maybe, it's just gotta be wasted almost. Throwing utility and greetings in hopes that someone's gonna take that damage. Ooh, good damage there. Nazis. Down to 24, now they kind of look to vacate the B side and a banana as well. Or actually, no, I lie. I'm lying here. Just wait it out. And there's that first minute off the clock. And let the round begin.
Let's kick it off.
Fnatic, did you, is that lost in delay, maybe? There we go. Getting things started, finally. Nothing towards A, right? We've had these lurks for Crimson Boiler. Let them have that control if they want to. Now they have nothing as a full commitment on B. And to decide they want to go, they're jumping through the M4 here, but TMB still finds one before reloading on the site. You only have on Lily, and they know exactly where that info was. On planted, 4v4, it's a retake, and 2 T's very wounded. Makes the retake a bit easier. So you're the man with the util, the man with the first kill. Fear is down.
Oh, this could still work for Fnatic, though. They need that first kill here now.
Swing
As
Crims. Oh, that second.
Crims! Oh, oh, wow, that was nasty. Double for Crims. Gonna go for the triple. Crims bringing in the old days here, channeling his inner demon. What in the world? Okay. Okay. That's more than enough.
Oh, this is awkward for Chris, too. Oh, very awkward now. And that's an off they can get. Why, literally for no effort. Although choosing not to take it. That is one hell of a round. Now, we're having a good game out of Crims here, it seems. Right, we kind of,
Yes, we are.
put the spotlight on him a little bit as well, saying maybe he's not hanging with the big boys anymore. Maybe can't really put out those same numbers. He's relegated to a supportive player, and looking at the players around him, it makes sense. But it's just kind of like a steady aggro. He'll deliver very much similar performance, in my eyes at least, as him. Very similar performance almost every time.
He's gonna be stable enough in order to put him somewhere on the side, and he's still gonna guarantee you kills, right? That's the thing. He's not maybe gonna make the big plays, the massive amounts of hat tricks and, you know, aces, but he will deliver a performance for you here. And
1v2s, that 3k.
yeah, he's delivering on all points here. That's for that's for sure. But alas, that's not what you expect out of him, perhaps, every single time, because you still have Matty's Blame F for that. And starting off, kicking into high gear. Let's see.
Ooh, baby, okay.
Wow.
Couple of big ones
yeah,
for Nuts. Holds on to the pit's position as much as he can. Zero's got himself another and the round in the hands of Mr. Crims. Will not go his way.
The entry didn't really help much, and it doesn't make much of a difference. Ecstatic will find the fourth, and we see their CT side coming back to at least maybe make a statement for a 6-6 first halftime. That would be fantastic, given the circumstances. And I gotta say, they seem to have woken up a little, at least a little bit as well. They're playing pretty well off of one another, helping each other. The crossfires are being set and kind of ordained instead of ignored. We don't have that early start where we saw the one-by-one walk into death kind of moments for Ecstatic. So right now, everything going according to plan. And Fnatic forced onto an eco. This first half is set to go potentially 6-6, depending on that final 12, and whether or not Fnatic will have something to say about it.
I mean, this is a very similar situation to what we had on Nuke in this exact situation for Ecstatic.
Yeah, and it went 8-4 for Fnatic.
Yeah, though here you've only got Glocks and one Deagle, so 8 seems out of reach, but 7? I can hear you out on that one. Oh my god. Why is Zero committing to the spray with no one to assist him? I don't know.
Good question.
But they have gotten away with an AK now. Give it to Blame F. He's the man with the armor. He's the raid boss here. And 2 players to trade in Fear and Burmy Love. Bait almost, you could say. And 40 seconds remain. They are being given a space here in brackets. They've got Unlevel from long holding in library. He'll watch and watch, wait. Let his teammates know that there's going to be some sort of play happening. Matty's the man with the bomb. Can't really afford it to go venturing into CT, but the T side, they're not getting past this crossfire ever. And it's 1, 2, 3, and it is round done. Ecstatic are going to take this fifth one. And here we go.
It begins anew.
A okay half for Fnatic so far. I really would like that 7 for that belief that they'll be fine here. They start off 5-1 here.
To be fair, 6 is perfect for Fnatic, though, still.
It is fine, yeah. It's just the way they start. I have maybe qualms or issues that I would love to see that 7th, yeah, still, for that second round, because I'm a bit afraid. Side-wise.
Yes, I see where you're coming from, and I absolutely agree with you. I think the expectations would be a little bit higher here for Fnatic, given the start. But hey, at the end of the day, we can't blame them. They're going to be going into this last round with what they have and what they can muster up. And hopefully it's going to be enough for them. Otherwise, we could be looking at a 6 at halftime. I mean, 6-6 is as good as it gets as well, given the circumstance again. But Crims with not entered on A. Oh boy, this changes the dynamic of the approach perhaps itself as Matties finds Syra. There's the 7th, maybe. Oh boy. Things are getting a little bit heated now.
Can I get a Mickey Mouse oh boy from you, maybe?
I don't know I can hit the right tones, but I can certainly try. As Fnatic, they don't need to try too much. They win the round and they secure a pretty nice, I would say, pretty nice advantage for themselves in this first half, regardless.
Yeah, I am happy with this 7th round here because I'm completely honest. I'm very afraid of that CT side for Fnatic. On Nuke, it doesn't look amazing. They've had these issues on, I think, a fair few of their CT sides, actually. So, I am worried for, I think, good reason at the moment. 7 gives me that confidence they'll be fine-ish. They'll manage. But Ecstatic, they know what they're up against here. Backs against the wall in the series. They can't afford to lose this map. Otherwise, it's, well, down 0-1. So, in terms of pressure, it's not the absolute, you know, biggest game of their lives ever. It's not going to be. But it would still be nice to get some confidence. You kind of bombed out at the previous series 0-3. You would have liked to change that. It's now a 4 losing streak. And before that, they were on a fairly good streak as well of winning. So, last week or so, they've had a bit of a slump. Or, last 2 weeks, they've had a bit of a slump. But last week, they've had a bit of a break. So, let's see what they can do now. Give us something to believe in. That could be said for both teams. I just want to see a clean CT side from Fnatic, I think.
I have to agree with you. I have to agree with you, truly. Clean CT side for Fnatic would be nice to observe. And a good T side for Ecstatic and TMB.
Yeah, more than anything as well. It's the 5 Inferno games that Fnatic have played. They've got a 36% win rate on CT. Now, a fair few of those games were still before Fear, but those were like the closer ones with 13-9, 13-11 against Na'Vi and Eclod, so... And then against Rare Atom. So they've only really had 2 games with Fear and Birmingham on here. 1 win, 1 loss. See how it goes. For now, it's the A defense that needs to stand. Crims burned out of his position. Exposed, but they're not going to look at him. He gets 2 for free. Fear through the smoke has got another one. This is Ecstatic immediately just in trouble for not doing their due diligence, not checking their corners or smokes and Molotov positions! Watch out for that one as well. Blame F, that is a big mistake from him. And it's given Ecstatic the post spot on long now. Matthews to clutch things up here, at least has the grace. The bomb is out of sight immediately. Set up, and there's the first one. Swing it into it! And figuring out where has Christo gone. Has the right idea, but the timing for Christo is so off here that he's not gonna know. Matthews, even if he finds this, surely would have been a bit out of time, but maybe not. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter because it is going to be Christo, and it's that timing he walks with. Creep it all the way through long and back to short. Great timing, Ecstatic.
Well played.
6th round, and that is Christo's 4K as well, by the way.
Yes, it is. And it's going to be Ecstatic making the return journey here. Looking to bring it back in their own favor. Whether or not they do so, we're about to find out. We kick off into round 14. Should be an eco. And it is. Fnatic can't really stand against this. Very straightforward approach so far. It's been pretty much just all 5, 1 position, execute, go kind of thing. And I like it. The simplicity of it gives them enough of a starter kind of momentum as well as confidence to to not feel under pressure of, I need to do this, but rather, let's just do this, and nobody has to think of what happens if they fail, because they don't feel that pressure on them. And it makes them that much more invincible. As the full eco actually finds a kill, that's Syra on Banana, but that's where the fun ends, as the rest of the squad tunes in, and a single Mac-10, obviously not a point that, you know, not a weapon you save too much with, as Crims gets caught even, and TMB just keeps farming. Fair.
Pistol Demon almost, Matthews. Oh, Vermilon, he's dead. The bomb will claim his soul. Ecstatic. Now walk away with this round in their pocket. It's not going to be for free, so in terms of a eco round for Fanatic, that's still pretty good. You take down TMB and Zira. And now you move on to number 15. This is where Fanatic and Ecstatic kind of showed their different sides. On Nuke, Ecstatic went without force by after losing the bomb. Here, Fanatic, they decided, no, it's still a close game. They could work with the some lacking utility of Molotovs and HEs on a player or two. They'll be fine. And I love the idea they go for here as well. They're lacking util. Go aggressive. Make up for that lack by getting an opening or two. This is exactly how I want to see these rounds play out. You're lacking something, go get the advantage then.
Exactly so. Go get the advantage, see what you can pick up.
And 5v3. That's all you have to do. Now you just play passive. You now you have a crossfire set up on site somewhere, and you're good. It's Ecstatic who have to come back into this one, and as long as you play this one fairly default, you should be fine in most cases. Here as well on B, you have Fear, who's holding out a current smoke. He's got a Molotov as well. There's that contact, smoke down. And Ecstatic, for now, they're not going to be allowed on B. Well, it's not like they were going to be committing either. They have Sierra still on A to make a potential situation out of this. TMB is going to try to fake out B, though. Could perhaps pull a rotation if it's convincing enough. I doubt it, but we'll see.
I don't think so, man.
Just the smokes. They gotta be a bit late as well. Only one makes the noise. That Molotov is gonna at least, you know, let Fnatic sit pretty for a couple more seconds. But as soon as they spot anything... Oh no, they should know. This is a rotation, but they still have 2 on A. That's all it really should take. Now they know, yep, it's nothing to be.
Yeah.
And we leave it on the 2 in pit. A bait and switch. Bermilov down he goes, but guess who's here? It's Big Ben. One found, and let alone the bomb plant, and that'll get denied as well. Bait and switch does its job. You play to the advantage. Fnatic, they do well. That's 8 on the board.
Yes, it is. Ecstatic, splitting up, trying to fake out with TMB. I respect the hustle, but unfortunately it doesn't work. They used their last timeout as well. Fnatic right now storming forward. They've got a little bit of cash. The bank hasn't really been established, so this is perhaps ample opportunity for Ecstatic to strike back. I could see them returning the favor here and bringing themselves back into action, but it all depends again on what they do here. I said it before, at the start of the second half, they played together. They went into rounds with all 5, you know, basically taking the same positions. Now they've split up a little bit. We see the results of that, and perhaps time for a little bit of a change again, depending on what they do in this coming up. As here we go. Deep smoke banana. They're gonna take it. Sure. Flash. Should be mollies. Yep. One molly. Oh, both mollies extinguished. Oh, that is a beautiful counter smoke by Ecstatic, actually. That's going to force the rest of Fnatic to keep on throwing utilities down banana. Both mollies had been extinguished. They don't know if there's anybody else there. Meanwhile, quick moves by Ecstatic. With Apps control, they're going to split out top mid. Love this Nexus. This is going to be a fast A take. But seemingly Fnatic ready for it.
It will be.
Ooh, wall of smokes.
Players on the site, but that is an intriguing choice. A very good one to clear out pit immediately. Second one has been seen. Up the graveyards, one more to go. The T side, they are going to be running rampant over the bomb side here with only one on the side. Very love. Tech Knight in the face. And the side cleared by Ecstatic in terms of a round, and that is beautifully executed. I love seeing this creative one. It's been so long since I've seen a wall of smokes on A. It's been since CSGO, since I've seen anyone
It's been since Go, probably 2016, 2017 that I've last seen it.
No. This is what people were running in 2019, 2017. In that, or during those times, they were running it. It's been so long that it feels fresh.
Keep in mind, for a time, Inferno had the air, like, how do you call it?
Skybox.
Oh my god. Skybox, yes, thank you. The skybox that you couldn't throw through, and then they fixed that. Like, at the start of Go, I remember we were throwing nades into Banana and into B from second mid because there was no skybox. And then when Go really started to ramp up things, Inferno getting the first change, skybox was removed. It was, in fact, implemented again, so you couldn't throw that, or they raised the buildings, etc. And now, now finally it's something that we get to see again, which is nice.
I vividly remember running exits like this back in 2017 to not 20, pretty much. It's a quite the fun one when it works out. Because it does isolate the pit players so difficult, like makes it so difficult. In CS2 now, though, the issue is you can't really do that all too often, because if that CT side have even one HE, they can blow up that smoke and it'll make the isolation so much worse, or so much harder to actually pull off.
Yeah.
But in this round, you can absolutely pull it off as a surprise round. And Ecstatic, they get away with it. They take that 8th. And now, you got some issues. You got some trouble.
I'm not sure what's happening with one of the players, but apparently there's some internet issues on Ecstatic, so hopefully they'll be able to resolve that ASAP. Fanatic back onto an eco. Meanwhile, so much for their quick success potentially here, as all that hard work now thrown to the wind.
Yeah, not the most ideal situation, but it is what it is. So here, Ecstatic, they're finding themselves back in the game. They want to take this to a 3-map series. They want to take this to that train. Yesterday's Kato finals. Didn't get to see that train, did we? So,
no, a 3-0 blowout. I didn't expect it for Spirit, but Vitality just played a hell of a lot better. Rops and Zaivu both had like 70 kills, something like that, in 3 maps.
Man, I had it on my second monitor. I was kind of watching every now and then. The entire time I watched it, I don't know why, I saw in my mind that Spirit won Dusters. I was like, oh, we're getting trained. Then it ends on Mirage. I see a tweet notifications like CS tweeted, your champions. I go back and look, wait, what? Spirit lost in Dust 2?
Yes, they lost it.
I thought the entire time it was them who won it. So I just got extremely confused because I just missed that third map pretty much as I was playing myself.
Self-debated, self-gaslit as...
Successfully so, I love it.
Yeah, exactly. As we get ready for round number 17, we're back in action. Seems like everything's been fixed. Everybody's prepared to move on, and we are going to be going into a round eco here again. Blame F, the only one with a rifle. They're going to boost B, stack B, hope that it works, but again, this round is effectively lost. Should be 9-8 almost. Ecstatic, as soon as they realize what's up, they'll have no problems cleaning it up. Although, there's the one solution to this problem that you don't want to go for is going into a B exec and walking into B here. Even if you are feeling confident and you know you're going up against a stack, there's always a chance the stack will break you, that they'll find you vulnerable in some positions, and I hope that's not the case. Let's find out. Checking first box. They are going to be walking into a stack. Nexus. All the time.
Trying to dodge flashbangs, potentially. There's one. Drop off the boost. They think it's going to be them running away, and Blame is at least correct. They now know with the M4S, but they're going to keep pressuring this. Kill into Bermilov might have almost baited them to go back into it as well, but Blame F still is gotta be towards A. Timing is what matters here. Not goes down. It's the round back on. Might have started with just one M4 and pistols. But this one with the 4 versus 2, Christo's making all the noise, and Crims just hide and wait. It has to be cleared. It has to be cleared, but there's no trades enough for this because Christo barely manages to survive. 31 HP to his name this round. Down to the post plant it goes.
Syra and Christo in apps. There's a chance this could go well. Syra, he's at 100 HP, so if he fails, that's round gone. He's gonna find one in the back, but Christo gets killed, and now Syra 1v1 action. Debated behind the box, but a 10-second defuse is an impossible one as Fear, well, Fearless holding that line, but not given the choice. Syra goes for the 4K in the end and saves Ecstatic. A lot of defeat, a lot of trouble, and a lot of shame. That round could have gone a lot differently.
Yes, it could have, but they pull it back from the 2v4.
Yes, they
Thus, a massive round now for Ecstatic to pick up here. Again, giving them a little bit of hope to live even further in this series. And it was the initial concern of Fanatic CT side that I've had here. And add on top, we don't really know how well their individuals will perform here as compared to the Nuke. Grims is doing well. The rest, at times, having their moments. This a cheeky setup I do like, but Bermilov almost gets caught. It does take down Syra. A year ago we called that a team kill. Now we call that a decent shot, and not will find a Matties. However, pushed down mid, and it lets them now go back toward that A side and have more free reign over the map. With an entire minute left on the clock to play with.
I have to question that decision. It feels like it's such a wildly out-of-the-blue decision for Matties. Instead of staying in second mid, maybe embedding himself into T-apps, you know, effectively controlling this part of the map plus A site and rotating the rest of them towards B to not let on Ecstatic that, you know, you have their flank covered, that you know that they're B. Now look at what's happening. Ecstatic have rotated back A. This is such a bad... Like, it generally was such a bad move from Matties that Ecstatic have just been given a new lease on the round itself. This could go 10-8 because of the pull of Matties, as we see Fear rotating back to B. There's going to be 2 defenders. Bermilov, if he misses, he will not, at least not for the first. The second as well, Christo. Oh boy, Nut goes out, finds Bermilov, but it's still Crims. If he plays his cards right, he can delay this long enough. And I might believe that's possible. As he's gonna check on the lane apps.
Oh.
And it will be possible. No bomb plant as well, right? Surely.
They're just gonna run him down. Don't let him plant that bomb, but they will not. Round 4 Fanatic and not will barely live.
Whew. Man. Crazy round.
It's close. That is the second that makes the difference for the bomb plant or no. And thus, not no bomb plants, no extra money, nothing for him to work with. And suddenly it's back to 9-9. This really is just a back and forth game now.
It is.
A close affair, and I am enjoying most of it. You know, some of these shenanigans could be seized.
The problem is Ecstatic now have to play a 4-spy again. This is how they won their previous round, and they were able to make an impact.
No, what is this?
Oh, what?
Fanatic!
Disgusting.
Not like this
is disgusting. This is disgusting.
That's
I'm
the
sorry.
shenanigans I don't want to see. These are the exact ones that need the seize.
This is round over.
Oh my god.
Disgusting. What the hell Fnatic just did, I don't know, but I don't even care at this point, because they don't deserve to win a round like this, no matter what they do. I can't believe they actually pulled down middle. I don't understand this decision making. These calls by Fear. I'm sorry, what? Why would you run down middle? Why would you run down middle? You know they have no money. They didn't get the bomb down. Like, they had 1 rifle, for Christ's sake. What? This is the second round Fnatic literally just blow out of the water because they can't seemingly handle an anti-eco.
Hi, that is
I think there's time for timeouts here. I think Fnatic should have timed out. Like... But I guess they don't care. Oh boy.
No, that's just a terrible round, and we gotta move on. So do Fnatic, but they reap their consequences for this. First they saw a round do... I don't know. I mean, Ecstatic will be incredibly thankful that Fnatic decided to throw that away, and here we go with the next one is 1M4. Pistols around and hopes that Ecstatic might go towards A to fumble around themselves here.
Nah, there's no chance. Ecstatic is too stable. Fnatic seem to have no clue how to play against anti-ecos, and their ecos are not that much better, unfortunately. I mean, it's a stack A.
They have Blame at the mini pit who can bait his teammates here. Let someone else get contact, then swing his head up for something. There's one for Matties. Weak on the USB, Fear goes down, and now it's the pressure is still being put on the side. As long as Blame survives, there's always a threat here. And he's got two. Surely you're not going to fumble this one. Unpit, Blame in trouble, and the round cleaned up by Fnatic. How do we fumble these rounds back to back? Please clean up your act, boys. This is not it.
So bad. This is bad CS. I'm sorry to say, but this is just bad CS. Like,
my God,
this is not what you came out to see here. Unfortunately, at least I didn't. I mean, what? You have a full buy. You're walking into A. You clearly see it's a stack, and you keep walking into A instead of running into it. But
now I might actually be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure the bomb goes first and dies.
Yes, it did. The bomb did go first and died. Yep, it's true. The bomb went first and died.
My God. Yeah, that's just...
I don't understand the reasoning behind these choices. They are...
Alright,
this is horrible.
You know what, let's just go. This is Inferno. It's gonna be...
Yeah.
We need some variety instead of 75 saves in one half. So, here we go. Blame F to the B side. We'll take down 2.
Beautiful double.
Going to go down potentially in the second or 2 as well. And we're playing a retake 4v2. On
the
paper,
bomb plant is massive, by the way.
On paper, you know how this goes, but we'll see.
Yeah. No, but the bomb plant is massive here. This is a lot of money to Ecstatic that they weren't able to scram up, because they would be broke next round if they were to fail here, and which they will. Oh my God, this is insane.
Chris too.
The dude doesn't get a chance. He slow walks the smoke and still gets absolutely clapped. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. Ladies and gents, we are pretty much 11 to 10. Ecstatic, they save their heads because they get the bomb down. Loss bonus is not great. I think it's at 1.9 right now for Ecstatic still. Right? I think it's 1.9.
I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, it was 1.9, I think. Or was it 2.4? Well, whatever it was, it doesn't matter. They force buy. They force buy.
I mean, we're somehow getting to the end of this map, and it's just been...
It's been the team that does less mistakes kind of map.
No,
which is not a great CS game.
This has been exactly the reason I looked at the schedule yesterday and I saw we're doing Fnatic and I just sighed.
Oh, poor guy.
Man, I told you, I have issues with Fnatic in this first month or so of their new team, because it's a massive change. It's gotta be growing, but it's gotta be so damn painful to watch, and that's exactly what it is. Nuke was great in terms of that comeback, yeah, but the second half was still bad. It's just these rounds that speak for themselves. First you have not running out of time between a 1v3. A second maybe gets a bomb plant, would have made a difference. Then you have push down mid for Fnatic when they know there's no money. It's shivering my timbers. Syrah, he's about to have 2 kills.
Yeah.
Nope, never mind, that's 1 only. 4 players stacked on A, and they gotta be ready for this. One about is not gonna short. His name is Crims. He's dead. And Blame F.
Are they gonna lose another anti-eco? Like, are you kidding me right now? Are we
baby, let's go.
Another anti-eco loss. Like, this is disgusting. Come on, guys.
Clean up the act a little bit, please.
Yeah, just somebody show us some good CT rounds. Like, thankfully, Bermilov is I think, mad enough to not let this happen finally. He's like, you know what, guys? I've had enough of this shenanigans. Can we just win one round without having to frickin' force buy?
Thank you, Bermilov.
Yeah, thank you, Bermilov. You just saved all of our asses.
My mental state, my God.
For real, for real.
For all the flag we kind of put on him for maybe dropping off in a performance.
I mean...
Or maybe not official, or not immediately having been ready, or showing the promise of his team. He's having a decent game here.
Yeah, he's having a good game. I mean, the thing is, we expect a lot more out of him. That's why we put him on the spotlight. I think that's the one thing that people need to understand. Bermilov and Fear, they come from passion, where you and I...
Not Bermilov.
Sorry, not Bermilov. Bermilov comes from, not UA.
Mouse.
Mouse NXT. Yeah, Mouse NXT, right, yeah.
And then a bit of a break. Hadn't really been in a team for a while. So it's a massive gamble, I think, right? You're betting on the future potential of one Bermilov.
But
we'll talk
what
about
I was...
that if we have more chance to, but for now, focus on this one, because it could be the end of the series. Loser goes down 0-1. It's not elimination. It's nothing massive, but it is Bermilov with passion to find the first one. Blame F second. Out of that, shoot, it looks like it will be the round.
One left.
All cleaned up here. And it is the final one of the game where we are finally going to have a clean round for Fanatic. To deal with the anti-ego, or force by whatever this one is. And I am happy it's over. I hope you know exactly. You're deciding with me in the exact sort of same reason as I am. This was a pain to watch, and I said it at the start, I said it on Nuke, I'll say it again, I want to skip this first month or so of Fnatic. I want to see them when they've actually had a time to adjust, but VRS, man, you gotta farm those points! Yeah, let's go, can't miss a game! Come on, just terrible.
Or gotta forfeit those games to keep those points!
Oh my God, I hate it.
Bro, that is the... I mean, I know it's not the team's fault. Like, it's Valve's fault that they let this be a problem that can be exploited. Like, simply put, Valve need to address this ASAP. But you know, the teams could be a bit more collegiate about it as well. But in any case, Fnatic are your victors, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic take the series here 2-0 after a very excruciating Inferno. I don't think we exaggerate when I say they need to take a look at Inferno and, you know, find new ways to approach to it, maybe. But generally speaking, they showcase that, you know, things are looking on the up and up. They're definitely improving from what we've seen of the past from them. And maybe this is the trick. Maybe all you need is a little bit of love, a.k.a. Bermilov.
Yeah, I mean, like we kind of said, we can now go a bit more into that as well, right? Fnatic, they're I say this with a bit of hesitant because I want to believe in it as well, but they are betting on the future potential of one Bermilov. They're kind of betting that he could fit into the system as a very stable, very solid piece, kind of as he was on Mouse NXT. He wasn't the star. He was there to be a supportive late-round AWPer, a clutcher in situations, and that is what he does bring. He brings in a very solid clutch effort, 1v2s. He will do that very easily, I think. But I want to see him be still more active. I want Fear to kind of mold him into some similar plays and styles that Jambo's kind of showing him as well in Passion. And I think if they can do, let's say, even if 30% of that, I think this Fnatic roster will look good, because that's what they kind of need beyond Matthews and Blame F, because they were kind of carrying that Nuke. You have those individual moments from them. Here on Inferno, you have Crims, who has a great game and a great series overall with big moments. So, in terms of these pieces that we have seen activate, now it's Bermilov, it's been Blame F, Matties, and Crims, and Fear. You have all these pieces who, at different times, will pop off, will have their time in the spotlight. It's just about kind of coagulating all that into one and becoming a solid unit, which is why I just want to skip this first month. I just want to skip into the next month for Fnatic. I want to see them with more practice and more time.
I feel that. I absolutely understand that. And I think for Fnatic, like I said before, I like what they're doing. I think it's a smart choice to have, you know, Blame F, who's had a little bit of drama around his name, but he's always been a very good player. He's always been a very reliable player. Then you have Crims, who has all the experience in the world you'd ever want from any player at all. And, you know, to have Fear, who's a young gun, to have Burmilov next to them, to have Mattis who can learn from these two, and then develop the core of Fnatic for the future, right? If this is an investment for the future, then I think it's a very good one. And I hope they keep to it. Obviously, there's going to have to be a lot of work done, but that's the nature of it. It's, once they go through this demo, I'm sure they're going to be laughing at it because they're going to see like how many foolish mistakes they did in a way, or at least, weird mistakes in a way. But generally speaking, they get the win here. They avoid the 0-3, that's for sure. They avoid going out in a bit of a blaze of glory. For Ecstatic, things might be a little bit less clear. I mean, they are currently on the verge of starting again a tournament 0-1, potentially going 0-2, potentially going 0-3. That's 2 tournaments in a row. That's where you have to start asking yourself, what is going wrong that keeps on happening?
That is a bit of a scary one, absolutely. But now we'll kind of continue to go through these Fnatic games until we start to see that improvement. And as much as we were kind of saying, okay, they're playing somewhat poorly and not... Again, I just have to emphasize this because otherwise people will not get it. They're a brand new team in this situation.
Yes.
You've changed 2 players, an Open and IGL. That's the biggest change you'll probably make ever. Along with the coach, a brand new team. A brand new identity has to be formed in this team. And you're kind of gambling on these unknown factors of one such as Burmilov and how will Fear doing an international team. Now, again, I mean, he's done this before in a couple of different ones, yes. But to this level, no. He has the experience around him. They can mold something great here. But you need to clean up your act. It's pretty much the bottom line of this one either way. So, at the end of the day, that's what it's really all about. Clean up your game, come back stronger eventually, and try to claw your way back toward the top. And one day, I would imagine they will get there, but...
I would imagine so as well. Come on, man. One day they're going to get there, and that one day might not take too long to get there, right? But point in hand is that at the end of the day, that is Fnatic 2-0. That is Ecstatic now 0-1, Fnatic 1-0 in the group stage here at Series 18 of Europe. This is the second season of CCT. We've only got 2 more series after 18 to finish the whole season, so there's not a lot of action going to be happening in about a month's time anymore. But for that matter, there's not a lot of action to be happening for the next hour, as we can go quickly over the schedule, and then we'll explain what's going to happen next and what's going to be up next. As we can see here, GTZ versus BC game at 1 o'clock. Nexus, bring us through what is the expectation and when is this happening?
Well, the when is a little bit of a tough one, perhaps, because both these teams are currently playing games.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Oh, actually, I think GTZ just might have finished theirs. But did they? I'll double check this. But nonetheless,
yes, GTZ has finished theirs. Yeah.
GTZ they finished their game against Unity just now. They lost that 2-0. But the BC is going into game 2 against the Big. Yeah. So, depending how that series goes, we might actually be waiting for a bit longer than initially expected. But nonetheless, if all things go as scheduled, we have GTZ versus BC game.
Yes.
That is a combination of letters that is too tricky for my entire brain,
Worst
apparently.
one.
But in about an hour's time, if not, you can kind of tune in on the stream, the timer, every now and then it will figure out how things go. We might be back at some point to explain what else is happening. But nonetheless, if you want to know whether we're going to be coming back, keep it on the stream. Until then, stay cool, stay fresh as a cucumber. I don't know. We'll see you guys in about an hour's time or so, man. We need to get some coffee in us. We need to fuel. We need to get ready and
we need to get
recover
ready,
from this dumpster fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. I'll see you guys. We'll see you guys in 1 hour or maybe a little bit longer, depending on BC game finish their series against Big. See you soon for the second series of the day.
What's poppin', Dale? What's poppin'?
Poppin', nothing good, unfortunately, for BC Game, and nothing good for our viewers that were hoping that we're gonna see map 1. Unfortunately, that's not gonna happen, as BC Game is now forced to forfeit map 1 of their series. But poppin' good is their series against Big. They're winning currently.
Yes, so to those who don't know, BC Game currently in a different game, already engaged in the Dallas qualifiers against Big in the round of 16. So, depending on how that goes, we may or may not even see them here today. So, that's all dependent on them. They have about 12 minutes. Maybe some more if GTZ decided to be graceful, give them a bit of their time out as well, because now BC Game, they've used their 30 minutes to try and see if they'll make it to map number 1. Unable to make it for map number 1 here at 30 past. They've forfeited it. Now they have 15 minutes until map number 2, or they will have to forfeit that as well. And again, unless GTZ decided to be a bit graceful and give them some of their time out, that's just, you know, depending how it goes. And maybe, if BC Game win their game, they may not even play. I'm not sure how the schedule for that Dallas thing is gonna go.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like BC Game, if they win the series against Big, they most likely continue their run now, through the qualifier. So
yeah, now I'm looking at it. The Dallas qualifier, they would have a game against, if they win against Big, they will have a game against Astralis in 3 hours.
Fair.
So
that's still gonna leave them with very little time in between.
Yes. Now,
so if they want to prepare for
I'll
that,
say, if I would be BC Game here, if they win their game, I might just forfeit so they could have like a break it for dinner and not have to play potentially 9 maps.
Honestly, honestly, I think if you're BC Game, and this is just gonna be out there. Point is, even if they finish immediately right now, which they're doing pretty well at, they're 9-5, so they're looking close to maybe making that second map a possibility. They're going to be playing, at the bare minimum, 2 more maps, which leaves them with a max of 45 to an hour time. Even then, that's questionable, to the next series. If they go 3 maps, and all 3 maps are delayed or go into overtime, and everything, you know, kind of goes heads up, they're eventually going to have to forfeit either Dallas or this match. So either way, they're in a bit of a bad spot.
No,
they're not going to forfeit Dallas. Obviously, that's what I'm saying.
Maximum. Let's be honest here. So
yeah,
okay. You're forgetting we already forfeit map 1 here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But again, if you play 2 maps, it still can be 2 hours and breaks in between. It takes time.
Yeah. So pretty much to recap quickly, we are going to be going to a break. We'll figure things out with the BC Game, how they want to approach their own situation currently. 10-5, they're doing well. Big, not doing all too well against them. So we'll come back when we have more information. Are we going to play this game out or no? We will have to see in a little bit. So ladies and gents, this is the situation. Waiting for BC Game. The verdict is still to be determined. So don't go too far. We'll be back in about, let's say, maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes to let you guys know and deliver the news.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
How you doing? We're back. And we're here to let you know the news that
Yeah.
BC Game have indeed forfeited map number 2, meaning they will be not playing. They want their break, kind of like we theorized. They've got 3 hours until their next game into the Dallas qualifiers. They don't want to be exhausted. They want to make sure that they have the best chance to qualify for that. And thus, we will not have a second series of the day.
No, we will not.
Thoughts?
Unfortunate. I was looking forward to see GTZ. I think we had quite a little bit of, quite our hopes up, to be fair. Recently seeing them in both Series 17, and I believe this would be their first series with CCT to start with, here lately at least. And of course, BC Game. I haven't had the pleasure of watching them play with this new roster, with Nexa joining them a week ago, and I believe Cypher as well. Knock, like at the start of the month, give or take time. So in general, I was excited to see the series, but unfortunately, as you said, we are not going to have the pleasure to enjoy it, as BC Game is, as you said, playing still against Big, as well as having to forfeit their series, unfortunately, due to time constraints, and GTZ will take it basically to O. I was really hoping to see Jacob, not going to lie. I haven't seen him play since Apex, and I just want to see how he does.
Not even Bleed? Really?
Nope. Bleed doesn't even get a mention.
Damn. Alright. I mean, hey, this is a quick game, I guess. We played 2 rounds.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's all there is to it. Yeah.
You know what makes me happy is not seeing Inferno, and God knows not seeing Dust 2.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Inferno? Really?
It's just... It's boring.
No, it's not.
This
Thanks
is
for
what
the
the
veto, by
Veto
the way,
would have
production.
looked like. This is what the game would have been.
Yeah, this is what the game was supposed to be. I was happy to see Inferno. Dust 2 maybe a little bit less so. Definitely missing Nuke in there or Train, but...
To the garbage can, Dust 2.
Pretty much. As, well, we have ourselves Inferno, Dust, and Ancient, or had ourselves Inferno, Dust, and Ancient, and unfortunately that is no longer the possibility of... where? We are no longer going to watch that. I don't even want to, like, do we need to say more? It's a forfeit. There's nothing more to be said. Thank you very much for waiting with us here, folks, for your patience, for the fact that you've been here. And hopefully we'll see you more in the coming days. Me and you will be back tomorrow morning at 11, I believe, or 10, actually, at 10 to start our next series. And I hope you guys will enjoy today's broadcast. It's not yet over, by the way. Just the fact that we have one forfeit. We still have 2 more games coming up. Gun 5 versus Sinners, and I believe Sashi versus Rush B. And I think those should go on without any hitch. But that's all for us too. Nexus, any final words? I'll let you close this out.
Take this from the greatest office player known to man. Put it in the map pool, get Dust 2 out. It is ass. It is straight cheeks. Please, Valve, get Dust 2 out forever. Gone. Delete the files. Delete them. And I hope the man who made Dust 2 has a warm pillow and probably steps on a Lego as well. Beyond that, I'm all good. So, with that said, we are off to a long break. So, ladies and gents, thank you for sticking with us. Just 2. I hate that map. I'm very happy we don't get to see it. A bit sad we don't get to see a game here, but it is what it is. That's the way of the game and the lay of the land here sometimes. Unlike Counter-Strike and other qualifiers and such, take the place, or take, present in this, or take priority in some cases, because that's just a one-time deal. Here, you've got at least a couple of lives, so to say. 3 losses, you're in the playoffs, or losses, you're out. So, it is what it is. But, for us, for right now, we are gonna say bye-bye, and off to a 2-hour break. And when we come back, you're gonna see fresh faces, and hopefully, no forfeit wins. We want to see these games, but everyone's busy. We'll see how things go, but for now, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you later.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
All right, welcome everybody. We are ready with another game. It's going to be Gun 5 versus Sinners. Amanda's with me is DRT, or John, if you will. John, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm excited for this matchup. I mean, there's been a few changes for both squads, so it's going to be curious to see how those show on the server.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I mean, also, we're at a level of Counter-Strike where there's a lot of unpredictability. Turns out that's even true for some of the bigger teams. I mean, we saw earlier in the day the Dallas qualifier, Big ended up losing, and Falcons almost ended up losing to TNL. It's a wild day. We had a bit of a forfeit victory earlier today for GTC. Fanatic with a 2-0 victory over Ecstatic. That's kind of cool. And then later in the day, after this game, we've got Sashi playing against Rush B. So yeah, I'm excited for this. A lot of you have been telling me Sinners is going to be a stronger team. Last time that I was casting them, they looked a bit shaky. But, it's one performance. It was one best of 3. I don't want to judge them too harshly, but I'm definitely excited. And I want to kind of see what Gun 5 are bringing to the table as well. It's a couple of names that I recognize there in Lackey and S-Time and Seltzer as well. So, like, they've got some names that I definitely know.
Yeah, and I think Seltzer's been doing a good job of calling since Finnegan was dropped from the team, and Seltzer just took over those duties, honestly. So, for me, yeah, like, definitely Gun 5's looking interesting. Obviously, they had to deal with the loss of Oscar, which was tough because he was opting out of his mind, and I think that was spotted. So he's joined up with the Stico project. I don't know what's going to happen with that project, but either way, they had to fill the void, and they got Funshine, which I think that Funshine is actually looking quite incredible. So yeah, I just got my wires crossed, by the way. I was talking about Oscar for Sinners. Funshine was, yeah, I got my wires completely crossed.
He's not there anymore, so yeah. He's out.
But Funshine is actually looking quite strong for sure, and he replaced the Opera on Gun 5.
Yeah, in terms of rating alone, seems to be one of the better players on the team. So I'm ready to be impressed. I mean, and we'll see if that Inner Circle project is going to be making waves. It's certainly fun to kind of see people try and build stuff. And yeah, on this roster here, they've got a mix of some experience in terms of the firepower alone. Hard to know how this one is going to be playing out. If I'm looking down the line, Celio or Celo, I guess, seems to be the best rated player at the moment. But I don't know how much we can really trust in that. I'm happy to be wrong about it, but they've got some experience behind them, and that could be important.
No, I think Celo definitely has proven himself over the last little bit. At this level anyway, he's kind of that up and comer on the Gun 5 roster. So for me, definitely the player to watch, and that star that could make a lot of noise. That said, I mean, you're right. Like, you never know what's going to happen, especially when you're facing off against, a team like Sinners, who actually have been doing pretty well for themselves. At least, I want to say lately, but they've actually lost like 3 of the last 4 BO3s. And obviously, there's some adjustments coming in, and I talked about it, over the last month, since the beginning of January. They've actually played a lot of Counter-Strike, 39 maps of CS for Sinners since the changes came through, being Zedko and Peppo being picked up on the roster to place Magkey and Tom Keej. So, yeah, like Peppo, not really that known of a name, I would say, but he's actually been doing a good job taking on the opping duties for the squad. And this is where I want to talk about Oscar, being picked up and joining that Stico roster. And honestly, that was just a tough situation that Sinners were put into. But I think they're hopefully going to come out of it all the better. And I mean, like you said, Anders, they did look good, in the first part of this year. But the last few BO3s, there's been some shaky moments. And I guess we could argue that the competition has also been a little bit tougher.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, like, generally at the, even at the tier 2 level of Counter-Strike right now, there are just a lot of new people that are coming in, and Peppo is one of those players that, I heard a lot of people sort of talking about all of a sudden. So, say last time I casted them, I wasn't blown away, but it's early days. So I will give him some benefit of the doubt. Morisco as well. I actually, he was standing out of my mind a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe not the highest rated player, but I feel like he was playing pretty well last time.
No, definitely. I think that he's been certainly doing well for himself, and he's got that experience on Entropic, a while ago, a couple of years ago, and most recently with Enterprise. So yeah, it's interesting to see like how he's going to come along with the squad. He's had a few months already with them, but lately, the results haven't been too badly. At least the eye test is saying that there's some good stuff going on there.
Yeah, so just, keep up the grind. It is possible to you play enough Counter-Strike, you keep the momentum going. I would say last year, 3D Max kind of ran through a lot of the tier 2 circuit and finally kind of proved, I think, to the world, just last week that actually they are a really fun team and that they've got some real skill. So, you can play your way up even if it's going to be a grind. And you're right, Sinners, I just noticed as well, they have been playing a ton of matches. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. So, they should be, I mean, even on that alone, not obviously the amount of matches is not going to be the only thing that dictates it, but I would expect that they're going to come into this game with full focus, and it's just another day in the office. They're going to be warmed up in general from every other day that they've been playing.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not forget, like, there's the overlapping CCT EU 17 and 18 that we're doing right now. They had the 17 where they lost yesterday and didn't make the playoffs. So honestly, that was probably tough for them to have to lose to Fireflux after beating Monty. Monty's got a lot of star power on that squad, so it's just like I was saying, a little bit of inconsistencies. But I guess we'll jump to the Veto now, Anders, and have a look at which maps these teams are going to be playing. I imagine we're not going to get too many surprises. I don't see, well, we have one train for Sinners, but I don't know if that was their pick in the end. And there you go. Yeah, Gun 5 going to ban it. I haven't had a chance to guess train yet, Anders. I was looking forward to it. But Sinners going to pick into Nuke. And, that one actually, looking at Nuke, it hasn't been that common of a pick for them. This is interesting.
Okay, so maybe that's something that they've been practicing. They've been wanting to brush up on their map pool a little bit. That could be fun too.
Yeah.
Train is one of those maps that unfortunately we just we don't get to see nearly enough. We all kind of want it, but some of the teams are a bit hesitant right now in picking it.
No, definitely. I understand that too, because they want to, get more practice on it, get their smokes down, flashes, all the util. I get it, but it's just, it would be nice to see it moving into the pool. I think NRG, actually, I'm talking about North American side now, but NRG actually decided to pick it in one of their matches yesterday, or a couple of days ago. So that was really cool to see, and it went pretty well for them. But overall, I understand the reticence from some teams not to go for that pick. But talking about this one, Nuke, like you said, I think it's maybe just trying to get more reps on it for Sinners, or trying to expand their map pool a little bit, even though they've only played 3 times over the last month, I would say. And then you look over at Gun 5, they had a free pick on their second, and they went to Mirage. Also, I'm not sure why, because that's not a great map for them. So we have 2 teams with surprise picks, Anders.
Yeah, that could be one of those things where maybe you just again, you're trying to open up your map pool a little bit more. You feel like you can risk it, and maybe it'll pay off, or maybe they have been doing some secret planning that nobody knows about. Either way, I'm definitely curious to see how it'll play out on these kind of maps. Just looking at it, you're right. Just one map played on train for Sinners, so I guess it's not that much to go. Even if they did win it, it's hard for them even to know if it's going to be worth it or not to try and play that kind of a map. But I like the selection anyway. Ancient and Nuke, some pretty decent maps. Even Mirage, whatever, we'll throw it in there.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how the Oppers go head-to-head against each other, Peppo and Funshine. I mean, they're both new to their squad, so I think that'll be a curious thing. On Nuke, maybe obviously towards that CT side, it'll be more impactful, but Mirage is where things will get really interesting. Oppers Paradise right there, and I'm curious to see who's going to stand up higher. And in the end, trying to think about which team's going to have an edge is also pretty difficult, because like we were saying, Sinners inconsistent lately, not necessarily getting the results that people expect them to, and Gun 5, they haven't necessarily been that bad at this level of Counter-Strike, so this easily could go either way. It's kind of a coin toss in my mind. I have trouble kind of leaning in either direction.
Yeah, I've got to be honest as well. Looking at the stats, what I'm looking at here for Mirage, it's a massive win rate for Sinners on that map. 86% with 7 maps played in the last 3 months. That's a lot, So maybe Gun 5 knows something that we don't. Maybe they have some sort of an inside read, but just from looking at the stats alone, it's a bit interesting.
Yeah, and just looking at the maps that were banned, Dust 2 and Inferno, not like we could argue, okay, maybe that's why they went to more odd picks, but Inferno out, I mean, you still have obviously Mirage available to you, and even Anubis, I would argue, for Sinners to pick into, but they decide to go for Nuke instead. And I guess you could look at the results for Gun 5 and say they're not that great, but they've actually played Nuke a lot more. Maybe not to say against the same type of competition. Sometimes more isn't better either. So I feel like both teams may have seen something in their opposition where they're like, okay, maybe this will happen. I just don't know what you can see in a 6-1 record over the last month for Sinners, honestly. So that's the big question mark on my mind here. But we'll have to wait and see once we get into the server how things are actually going to go.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also a question, I guess, if you're Sinners and you feel like you're the better team, then maybe you risk throwing in a bit of an interesting map, and then you say, even if it goes wrong, we're going to win on Ancient anyway at the end, if you believe that's going to happen. So, I mean, sometimes, like, having the sort of official practice games that we sometimes call them is pretty powerful, you know? It is risky, and it can cost you, but at the same time, if you make it through, and now you have some better grasp of playing a particular map, then that's a benefit, obviously, long term. Like Sinners, it's not just not playing enough; they need a map pool that's going to be really deep for them to start to make it into, like, you know, maybe out of the tier 2 into like the tier 1.5 or whatever we sometimes call it. And yeah, you got to be able to come through a best of 3 with at least, you know, 2 or 3 maps that you're pretty confident on.
No, I agree. I mean, their map pool needs to be deeper. It's certainly struggling right now. And I mean, even if you look at Nuke, and it obviously hasn't been played since, what was it? I think January 13th was the last time Sinners played it. Yeah, against Partisan. And then Wildcard before that, like 2 days apart, and they lost both of them. It wasn't, you know, that bad in terms of a loss. You're looking at 11-13 and 9-13 against Wildcard and Partisan respectively, but those are the teams that you kind of hope to be beating, you know, as I think we're going to go live very shortly here,
Let's
Anders.
go.
Yeah,
we're going to get into it. No more talking, casters. Stop talking, you know, get the game underway. It is, of course, a best of 3, so, you know, we'll see. We're hoping for a close game on this one. Big welcome to all of you. If you're just joining us, then, you know, shout out to you guys in the Twitch chat. I know Sinners always seem to have, like, a pretty good fan base that kind of support them. So that's kind of cool to see, actually. Gun 5 are going to be starting on the CT side. Sinners on that T side. And we're on Nuke to begin with. So getting right into the action. And already you can see it's kind of a bit slowed down here. So no crazy rushes. They're just out in the yard with a P250 looking for an opening.
Beppo, as mentioned, out in that yard, wants to find something. Estame on the other side. Oh, what a shot. Precision from Peppo. Opens up the fragging, but Fine Shine right back at them. Gets the response. 4v4, and okay, here comes Sinners. They're going to get the advantage in a pretty big way. Lackey under a ton of pressure, and he still gets one and doesn't really take that much damage in the process, but Selter is very low now, so is Lackey. Only 4 HP combined as Sinners are a hair away from victory in this round. Oh!
Okay, they find a kill anyway. This should be a free one for Shock. He will take down the kill, and Selter. The bomb's been delayed once again, so see if they can actually find a way with the backstab that's coming in here. Selter should be dead every single time, but they might not quite be looking for it. There's the headshot, swings out into the open, and Morisco will just barely save the round. But it will be Sinners to pick up the pistol. It's truly a wacky round. Like, there was a lot of trading going on. I like the idea for Sinners to try and run into this hell position and wrap around CT spawn, but it almost backfired.
It really did. And I mean, look, at the same time, Selter, 1 HP. Look at these shots. 2 of them. I think we didn't see the previous one. Maybe we did, but like that was just ridiculous coming through from Selter. I can't even explain how difficult it is under that much pressure with only 1 singular point of health to get that done. But well done, at least for Selter, to get the damage. Not the round, of course, as Sinners are going to find that. Now Sinners going to get the rifles out and SMGs in the mix as well. Gun 5 not going for that force buy, just a P250 purchase. That's it. No util, no armor, and of course Selter has that singular flashbang. They're trying to stack up here in secret, and B-Stick's just going to farm away with that Mac 10 for 3.
Nice. Yeah. I can respect it. You know, the flashbang, it's a shame it doesn't get used, but you know, it does make us happy to see that at a minimum, and the lack of investment into this round, I mean, I think both Neo and I have been talking a lot about this, that it feels like a lot of the time when you buy in those into the second rounds, it just doesn't really do that much.
Yeah.
The problem is you do remember when it does work. You're like, ooh, I remember the one time that it did work. But it can set you behind quite a bit. And, you know, you're on the CT side of Nuke. Like, wouldn't you want the better rifles and the AWP potentially? I think it's a lot more fun.
Yeah, it's tough, honestly, to make a decision in those circumstances, especially at MR12. Like, the pressure's on. You don't have that many rounds to really get things going, so there's always that temptation, way more than there was in MR15, to go for the force buy and try to get right back on the right foot and tie things up, at 1 if you get the round victory. But I agree with you. I mean, probably if we look at the stats, the odds are not in your favor, so you're better off just going for that eco.
So, heading into round number 3. We actually do have the AWP picked up on Fine Shine right at the beginning. A lot of M4A1, since, in spite of that change, the A4A4 still not seeing maybe as much play as I would have expected. And then the FAMAS, so trying to see if they can stack up on a little bit of utility behind it. Not seeing a defuse kit on anybody either, so, from their point of view, don't want to be seeing any bombs getting planted in this particular round. And it's a bit of a bonus round as well for Sinners. They're going to have the Galils, the single AK, Mac 10s out there to play with, so huge win if they can take this one. Morisco catching.
Oh my god.
The player jumping up on the blue container. That's crazy. Alright, the 1-for-1 trade though, and we'll be into a bit of a stalemate here. The rest of them stacked up in lobby waiting. I think they were hoping for that Morisco could actually make it down to B, because then it provides a little bit more pressure to the ramp room, but now they've been slowed down.
1:11 on the clock. Definitely a slower pace now. Selter waiting in big garage. B-Stick will likely be his first point of contact. He's the one lurking on this side of the map. And Shock, on the other hand, has pushed his way towards Squeaky. He's going into that A site. They're going slowly. Now they're loud, firing off those shots. There's 3 players, or 2 in the vicinity at least, and Esdame is going to take care of one of them. Not looking that great for Sinners.
Can't believe Shock managed to get that deep in. It's going to be Pepper once with a grenade, and then second time around with the Galil. And a swift little Molotov to try and pick that up. Lackey comes in, but he's swiftly going to get sped on. That's going to be Pepper turning around. And up here with the AWP. Would you want to risk this? It's a really, really hard risk right now. With an AWP walking into the upper position, I feel like one mistake and you're going to be dead. Oh, wait. You did see Peppo down there, but yeah, I think walking away is probably the better choice.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you see Peppo, you're like, just have another look. And if he's ready, right, if he's going in scoped around that corner, then he has a chance at a quick shot and maybe makes it a 1v1. But even then, with the op coming from heaven down to sight, you're at a huge disadvantage because you've got to peer around that corner, which is probably going to be watched after you hit that first shot. And your odds of success are so low that I think there's so much invested into this round for Fine Shine that he has to keep the AWP up, considering the next round won't feature that much. Yes, the loss bonus is racking up, but you have to be intelligent about it, and he was. So 3-0, still a great T side so far for Sinners. I mean, usually on Nuke, if you're getting 5 rounds on T side, that's pretty solid, considering that it is historically CT side, although it has changed a little bit as of late. It's still very much in that direction.
Yeah, it's hard not to enjoy what Sinners are doing here at the start. Getting away, like the Galil and even the Mac 10 here giving so much runway, so their economy is going to start to really blow up, and Gun 5 under a fair bit of pressure to try and turn this around, but a aggressive move towards the ramp room instead. Lackey getting pushed back quite a bit, and there's absolutely nobody down here except one player. How much can they really hold on to it? Grenade should be coming in. You can see already Seltzer is kind of trying to make a bit of a run for it here. More grenades landing at his feet, and they are hunting him down. They don't even need to. I think they could have probably planted the bomb without this kill, but they're going to get the job done, even taking away the AWP, at least for a second there. So very efficient for Sinners, not really risking a lot here.
Yeah, no, beautifully done. I mean, the Util Flash is going in towards the ramp room, pushing back the lone player all the way to the site proper, and then they really couldn't do much of anything. Sinners just exploded outwards. And Gun 5, technically, we're just stacking up for an A hit on a half buy, and it doesn't work out for them. They try to rotate around, and you see Funshine through the smoke getting caught off. I agree with you. It's a bit scary for a second where the op goes down, but they're able to recover it, at least for now. Morisco gets Esdame. Zello around the corner, gets one, but certainly going to be chased out, and there goes the op. Nothing saved through here on the Gun 5 side, which means that, I mean, they can go for a glass cannon here, but I doubt they will. Probably just going to see the rifles.
Yeah, unfortunate loss at the end for Gun 5 because, you know, if obviously they don't probably expect to win that last round, but if they could at least make it out with the AWP, there's a bit of a story there that you could kind of, you know, walk away with. Instead here, 4-0 in favor of Sinners. We are going to actually see the glass cannon
Yeah,
AWP.
I was going to say.
That's shocking. Okay.
What? All right. Fine Shine. Feeling confident in that, I suppose. I mean, at down 4-0, I guess you want to take a risk. Try to make something happen? Okay, well, have to eat our words, as Fine Shine is going to get the opener onto Peppo very cleanly as well. That's the 5v4 that Gun 5 we're hoping for.
Yeah, respect to him. That's a interesting investment. Could easily backfire, but out in that Nuke yard, sometimes you could do it. CeeLo going down, and suddenly we're back into a 4 versus 4. Plenty of time on the clock, obviously. Lackey going to be waiting at a bit of a strange off angle against Morisco, who just crouches right into it. It's a beautiful shot. Even if he gets thinked here, he's putting a lot of pressure on the defense. There are no CTs down below, and they're got to be worried, Gun 5 here. What happens if we don't control this? Although, weirdly, the rest of the team is in lobby just kind of waiting. They actually might be doing a great job. Like, 10 more seconds of waiting here. You got to wonder if Gun 5 walks straight into this. Not even 10 seconds. Beastick gonna get the headshot, and the trades should be coming through, but they're not. Estime coming in with a couple of good. I have no idea how he gets away with the second one.
No, it was unbelievable. That trade, I absolutely agree with you. He should have come through, but Estime able to get a couple and bring the numbers back to even, which is good news for Gun 5 because let's not forget they had the opening frag. It felt like things were going in their control, and Sinner's just, again, powering through and forcing Gun 5 into a bad spot. In fact, they're both off site. Estime somehow gets shock as well, and Fine Shine the last onto Morisco. Well done for Gun 5 to pull victory out of the jaws of defeat.
It should have been a powerful move, and the fact that they were waiting for them in the lobby and still somehow not quite ready when the opportunity presented itself is just unfortunate. So yeah, maybe the first time we could really, you know, point a finger at Sinners and saying that's a fight you've got to win. Even if they trade somewhat evenly there, I think they're still in a decent position. But it doesn't work out that way. So instead, 4-1, and Gun 5, they steal an AK and AWP. They're slightly better position. They're not out of the woods yet. They don't have a lot of money in the bank.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, the one negative about that previous round is, you know, CT only one survivor, but Seltzer going to rack up a bit of cash there. $600 gained and the AK upgrade. As Morisco just tried to sneak through into Mini and didn't realize someone would be right on the other side of it. Peppo, a little bit of spam through the hut. This time, not too worse for wear. 3 players waiting here for Gun 5, so a lot of emphasis being put on the A side again here.
Yeah, and they once again proving that they're not that afraid of playing it slowly. They're happy to just take their time and try and find a way in. A little bit of, you know, faking out in the yard just to kind of say, you know, we could be walking through out there. Don't know how much that's going to make of a difference at the moment. Second smoke going down, so that could be a little bit more pressure. Now they got the full wall up out there, so hoping that the CTs are going to be scared for that. Maybe loosen the defense a little bit over at that ramp position where they will try and find a way to break through. So yeah, this fight here against Lackey is going to be everything. We're down to 35 seconds as well, so if they don't find and kill Lackey right away, they're going to be in some trouble. And now he knows. He's still sticking around, which seems crazy to me. There's so little time left. He's going to be going down. I think walking away from that fight is probably the better move here. 20 seconds. Shock is going to be going down. And Fine Shine actually kind of almost peeking into here. We're down to 17 seconds. He gets a quick scope on Sedco. And Peppo's going to be going down last. That's a scary round for Gun 5, but it works out in the end.
I was going to say, I thought Fine Shine was dead to rights in that situation, but just good support, you know, good adaptation by Gun 5 after losing Lackey, and great shots from Fine Shine. We can't forget about that. The first one and the follow-up as well there. A quick scope onto Zedco and Seltzer. That's what I was talking about, just coming from Decon to support Fine Shine and ensure that he doesn't get dropped in that situation up close and personal with pretty much a shotgun off against Sinners. So second round picked up, and we're seeing, you know, how Fine Shine has found his way onto this team, honestly. Some really solid opping.
Yeah, he looked confident in that position, not at all afraid to go back. That kind of flashy AWPing, I mean, it is so much fun, and I really enjoy it, but typically also the results can kind of be all over the place. Like, it's easy to, instead of having a great round, you have a very risky round, and then you end up losing it for no real reason. So, you know, just pointing it out, because those kind of AWPers tend to attract so much attention, and I think for good reason. But people forget about the potential negative downside of it. So we'll see. It's my first time really seeing him play, so I'm not going to make any big judgments at the moment here. It's Pepper to go down early. Shot in the face, sprayed down for the smoke. Unfortunate way to start the round here.
Yeah, Zelo. We haven't really seen much from. Is the one that's been touted as that star player for Gun 5, so maybe we'll get a little bit more out of him once these rifles are, now that these rifles are out and in play. That said, I mean, Shock's already pretty much on the B site. Lackey has no idea he's in observation. So I don't know if Shock's aware of the fact that Lackey's there either. But this is tough. I mean, Gun 5 should lose this bomb site, and they absolutely do. B-Stick's going to get that. Fine Shine trying to come back to support. Goes through, and Molotov to get there. Still hits the shot. Looking for the follow-up as well. Flashbang in his face, so he has to turn away. Tries to look for another target, but can't get it. Selter's going to take care of business, though, coming in from behind, and Shock is gone. So now only 2 players left here. Zedco and B-Stick, but they make it work against S-Dime and Selter. It will be down to a 2v2.
Yeah, that's super efficient here. Bomb slowly ticking. B-Stick's going to be taking on another kill, and now that AWP, even though they did a great job of the first kill, there should be no way that he could run under the site here. If they present an opportunity, you could see they're kind of looking there, but yeah, no reason to re-peek into the AWP. So a close round, but for Sinners, it's a really, really big deal here. Not just in terms of winning the round, but just getting some of those rifles away from the CT side. And again, hitting that B bomb site seems to be working out pretty well for them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, like we were talking about earlier, I mean, there's a lot of emphasis from Gun 5 onto A, and they've only been anchoring down that B site with Lackey. And Lackey, well, he's been rotating between ramp and B, but this time just gets completely deleted. And that said, Gun 5 do manage to bring it back. I mean, it was a 4v2 at one point. Just the positioning from Zedco and B-Stick were too strong. Aggressively postured, one in decon, and the other one just playing default at site. I really like that from them to pull it back in their favor. And you're seeing the economy here. It did stabilize a little bit for Gun 5, so you do have another buy up in the tank for them. But util, not perfect, still pretty good. Outside of that, though, if they lose this round, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Not to mention, already 5 rounds T-side for Sinners here.
Yeah, it's impressive. Selter, big job on his hands, and unfortunately against that AK, he's going to come out on the short side of that. Estame right around the corner. Could have found the perfect timing while the grenade was still pulled out here. Shot just easy pickup, and he's ready for more.
Wow.
A double spray down, both of them headshots. And that leaves it in a 5 versus 2, and should be no real way to lose this. A good mid-air shot. I mean, it's, again, Fine Shine. He seems to be hitting some of these shots. Seems to be playing with a really high sensitivity, so it looks pretty flashy. But he will go down at the end. They're going to lose everything, and it's a bit of an issue when you look at their money.
Yeah, I think they were trying to put a lot of pressure on Lobby there, right? They sent a couple players into vending, and they just get deleted by Shock. Like, just no problem at all. Shock barely looked like he even broke a sweat in that engagement. So that's just tough. I don't mind it from Gun 5 to get a little bit more aggressive, because they have been abused from Lobby and going into that ramp position multiple times, and it does happen again. But even with 2 players there, they don't get the result they're hoping for. 6-2 for Sinners. They've already guaranteed at least a tie heading into that second half, but it'll probably get better for them because they're only up against pistols and an M4 here, a Hero M4 purchased by Zello.
Yeah, Hero M4. That's in itself, you know, it's not a brand new concept, but I think it's a bit more rare than the Hero AK on the other side. So
yeah,
it's actually the Hero MP9 that does the first kill there. So Lackey finding a bit of utility with that. It's good to see. A 4-on-5. We'll see if they kind of just continue on the same path. They're pretty much all near the lobby, so stay as a group. Just hope that the rifles here are going to be overpowering whatever's on the other side. Lackey, again, I'm shocked to see him sticking around. He's got a little bit of backup coming in here with Celio, but that position's being held. They know that somebody's here, and Pepper will take him down.
It's just weird the way they're playing ramp. I kind of agree with you, Anders. Like, Lackey, usually when you get that information, just drop down immediately. But, I mean, it feels like Gun 5 continue to want to take what is a disadvantageous fight. Finally, Lackey does fall back, but in the meantime, the players that did try to aggress came one at a time, so there was no coordination on that. Then Lackey's dropped immediately afterwards. Again, it's just pistols, and S-Dime is going to get the headshot onto Zedco. Maybe another one. Oh, misses it, and that will be his only opportunity at a follow-up, leaving Selter to his own devices.
Yeah, definitely a bit more resistance than maybe even Sinners were expecting. But they find a way through anyway. Yeah, I think sticking around a fight ramp too much is just it's something you see every once in a while, and obviously you can have an idea about getting the backup from your player that's playing Heaven or Hell, you know, but very often I feel like problem is if you die, it's such a problem for the rest of the team, right? Like they have to, unless you have another player behind you, which you normally don't have, it's just a wide.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been interesting to see how they've been playing this, to say the least. And I mean, Feinstein has been hovering around that B site with the op, which again in itself is also kind of surprising because you kind of want to deploy him probably towards outside and see what's happening there, and getting rid of the lurk for Sinners and all that pressure they've been putting on outside. But I do understand, because of the fact that B site's been abused so much, that they have to try and do something to stop it. And well, they're going to talk it over now because they haven't had an answer yet.
That's pretty good to see, though. That's something that we sometimes end up complaining a little bit about in the Tier 2 space, is that sometimes these timeouts just never get used until you've pretty much been already destroyed. I mean, I guess you could make an argument that 7-2 is quite far into it. I think you might as well try and use these timeouts a little bit early. I think the problem is, from a mentality point of view, a lot of the Tier 2 teams, they would rather kind of like play their way back as opposed to talk their way back, and I understand that, but the problem is like having those conversations is a big part of the game later on. So you might as well try to learn doing it now, you know?
Yeah. No, I agree. In the moment, it's important to reflect, say, okay, guys, what's going wrong? Can we spot it? Can we do anything to try and counteract what's happening here? And you might not find that answer, right? But at least you're giving yourselves the time to say, okay, you know, how can we make some adjustments? Let's try something different, like you were saying, in the match itself, rather than going back in the demo review, which is still important, and reflecting on what's happening. So, yeah, we'll see if it works out for them. Zello very aggressive here into Cubby at outside yard, so maybe this change-up will help them out, because I don't think Marisko's clearing this at all. No! Zello, freebie.
Yeah, it's a nice start for sure. See if he can get anything more out of it. He's picking up the AK in the meantime. Almost catches the perfect timing to drop another kill, but Setko instead, they'll counter swing him, end up taking him down. S-Time shooting B-Stick in the feet, and just like that, it's a 4 versus 3. Still over a minute on the clock here, but favorable trades for Gun 5. I think they need... In theory, they probably need the rest of the rounds here to have a reasonable shot at the second half, right? A 7-5 split is... You can kind of make that work. At least Sinners are spending a lot of time right now. They don't really control a lot of the map. You can kind of tell they're molotoving and smoking out part of this yard, but they don't really know anything about what's out there.
Yeah, Sinners. Gun 5's T side isn't terrible. Like, it's serviceable, so I agree with you. Like, 7-5 is... certainly something they can recover from, even 8-4. But if this just goes winning out for Sinners, I don't feel good for Gun 5's chance. I don't feel good for any team's chances on Nuke, but certainly not, you know, Gun 5, who have had their struggles here on this map. Anyway, Sinners 3v4, 20 seconds left. They're going for the late hit towards the A site. 2 players waiting here. Technically to the advantage of Gun 5. If they can win the duel, Selter gets the first. S-Time, not expected at all. And that's a good setup there. There's only Peppo's left standing with the AWP. He's probably going to try and save, but I don't think he'll be afforded that opportunity. He actually picks up the AK. He's dead.
Okay, I was going to say, he was a really big risk of dying after the time there.
Yeah.
Probably not worth trying to do that. I get trying to save the orb with the AK, but at the end of the day, a little bit risky.
Yeah, that's a lot risky. A lot of bit risky, I'd say. I mean, yeah. Well, either way, like, I think Zello played it really well. Like, that's a nice adjustment that Gun 5 made, just going for that aggression towards outside, which they hadn't done for the entirety of this half. So, you know, nice to see them make an adaptation. And in the end, that is the difference maker, because it just sends things tumbling in their favor. And they're going to try it again. Maybe this time, maybe it'll be expected. It's not. Zello mixes it up, goes to the red box. Instead, Marisko is his victim. It's a 5v4 again for Gun 5.
Such a nice little hit and run out there. Also, kind of, I think they're realizing that Sinners aren't playing that heavy on the yard. It's usually just one person running out there. So, nice little snipe away. CeeLo coming in with a couple of really good kills. B-Stick, I don't know how he's done it, but he managed to get a couple of spray downs there. He still had to get another 2 kills behind that to actually win the round, and that wasn't going to be available. So instead, it's another round coming through the Gun 5 as they are nearing the end of the half here. But yeah, this is working out so well.
Yeah.
And I guess, for Sinners, maybe that is a weakness. It's becoming a little bit too predictable that they go for that 4-1 split with 1 yard and 4 in the lobby. If you realize that, then why not try and bully that one player in the yard?
Which is exactly what they're doing. I think it's brilliant. You're right. Zello, it's just an adjustment, right? We talked about that timeout being important for these Tier 2 teams, and I mean, the dividends are already being shown for calling it because they had made that adaptation, and Sinners can't really find an answer this time on their side. Selter, Goomba stomps onto Shock. Zello finds Morisco, and Selter again drops down the vent, gets a little excited, and why not? Because everything is flowing in their favor now. The Zeus is out, and it is going to get the last. Selter in style takes the round for Gun 5.
What an unbelievable way to get started. All right, it's a bit of a comeback here for Gun 5 at the very least. So, they needed something like this. It was getting a little bit too one-sided. It's a 7-5. Is it great? Maybe not. But I think it's at least we have kind of a game in our hands. And we love to see Gun 5 make a bit of a comeback in the second. I just still think that pistol round's going to be pretty important to them.
Yeah.
If they lose that, it could be a bit rough still, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have that much info, I guess, on Sinners' CT side because they've only played this map 3 times since the roster changes came through. So, historically, yeah, I guess they would be strong there. But right now, we'll have to wait and see how it goes. And I do agree that the pistol round will be kind of critical for Gun 5 to really get back into this one, because if they lose it, then you're probably looking at Sinners getting to double digits before Gun 5 get another round. Lackey lining up the Molotov's going to toss that on Tag.
Yep, classic grenades coming out right now. We'll see if it's enough pressure to actually make it onto the site itself. Absolutely important here. Oh, the jump down. It takes so long with the Glock. Somehow they're not really finding the headshot. Still 2 players on there to try and defend, but they're making quick work of it. Just Morisco left in a 1 versus 4. He does get the first, but 3 more players left. They throw a Molotov at him, and they're going to try and overpower him. Oh, the headshots are amazing! If he had more bullets, I think he has that kills against Lackey, but he just ran out on the USP. So good round for Gun 5, although they very nearly lost that 1 versus 4.
Oh, yeah. That was so close. I couldn't believe what Morisco was pulling off for a moment. I agree with you. If he had 1 more bullet even in that magazine, then probably could have had it. Yeah. Oh, jeez. He almost did, too. Just graze the ear of Lackey with his last shot. And it will be Gun 5 getting a 6th round. I like the set play that they pulled off in pistol. Not often that we see that type of stuff coming through at this level, but I mean, it was cool. It was well done. The Molotov creating a lot of chaos in the Sinners ranks. And then, oh my goodness, Morisco with these pistols is getting really scary.
I mean, you've got to be careful here. You've had the start, but if you go on 5 and you lose this round, it's on. Ooh, Morisco finds another one. And they take a little bit of damage, or a lot of damage actually, on S-Time, so 3 versus 4, and in a range where, if one of their players die here, it could be a quick 2-on-4. That's not what you're looking for. You're right, and he's looking a little bit panicked almost, a little bit nervous about what's happening. They've got him locked in on a couple of different positions here. Needs some teammates anywhere nearby. He's going to go and take the fight to them instead, and goes down to Sedco.
No.
The lethality of those 5-7s up close is legendary. Now we're down to Selter and S-Time, and they're not even going to probably check the corner. They're going to lose the round anyway here, John. That's hard to watch. Beastic on 15 kills, and Sinners kind of stealing around.
Yeah. I mean, the force buy, right? Coming through. We're talking about Gun 5 not going for in the previous round, and well, it works out for Sinners. I mean, look, thanks to some beautiful shots from Morisco, we have to give him full credit for that. And then Zedco, up close and personal, that 5-7 is a one-shot headshot, and it's just fantastic. D-Stick, MP9 purchased up, takes care of the last 2, and Gun 5 just had no idea, it seems, what was happening in that round at any moment. They're just trying to react, and nothing was working out for them. I was surprised. There was a moment of hesitation for them as well, where you're like, you see them going back up towards yard, and I just wouldn't understand that with the Deagle having done so much damage. Get into secret as quickly as you can and try to overwhelm numbers there, instead of having to deal with a Deagle from Morisco that's been so lethal against you so far. And that takes away everything from that pistol round victory, Anders.
Yeah, unfortunately wiped out very, very quickly. 8-6 scoreline. You're giving over, 3 Galils, which, is it the strongest weapon? Maybe not, but it's a bit of a luxury to have. It's just, you can start to build that CT side economy so much quicker. What are Gun 5 going to be doing to bring it back? Now, they have invested everything into this round. I don't really blame them for it. Hoping and praying that some of the Mac 10s, maybe P250 here or there, could make a big difference. It's doubtful, but I mean, it's the kind of miracle they sort of need to come back into this half.
All right, let's see if that miracle comes through. I'm sure Gun 5 are praying for it. Gambling here. That Sinners will not have much presence towards ramp, and they would be correct because it's only Shock. But he's got that Galil, and I mean, there's just so many bullets, especially up against an eco without the head armor. This could get scary very quickly for Gun 5. Shock about to have a lot of pressure being applied. Dodges the flashbangs really well and doesn't really get much damage done. He's so overwhelmed. No frags for him. Damage, yes, but that's going to give a Galil to Lackey, who finds the follow-up as well onto Morisco. They're trying to scramble to get back to this B site, but it's just not working out for them. Finally, a couple of frags, but it's a 3v2 and now a 3v1.
Disasters again. It's the ramp position that's really coming back to haunt both the CT sides, where you stick around a bit too long, you try and fight a bit too much, and suddenly you've lost pretty much the entire round. And you don't really need to. Peppo with a nice shot, but he gets dinked, so this is going to be a round that goes the way of Gun 5. There's just no question about it. And, we've been saying it for many years now, but the issue is, ramp is not really that valuable on its own. It's just another staging area to either attack, around to the A-bomb side or, most commonly down to the B-bomb side. But you can give it up on the CT side. You don't really have to die there. So surprising to see so many players in this game so far trying to really give it all. I mean, I get you want a little bit of damage, you want some more, but that's like the third or fourth time we've seen calamity following defense of the round.
Yeah, and especially with the pistols out, and the pistols are on the other side, you don't want to have those close range engagements. You want to have as much distance between you and your opponent as possible, and it's just strange that Shock sticks around for so long. Unfortunately for Sinners, they lose the round, and we go right back to the seesaw ride of a second half, 8-7 in favor of Sinners. But because they saved the Galils previously, they will have a decent buy up here, so they can potentially fend off Gun 5. They're going to be coming forward. Yeah, but going back to that conversation about the ramp, it's an information. You stay there for information and you drop off. Maybe you till damage. That's it. That's the ideal situation. I agree with you. Sometimes you can challenge, and this time Shock's just going to take the fight to them and lose against Lackey. 5v4, and that's a lot of space potentially given up, but now Sinners trying to close the gap. 2 players dedicated to ramp now. They want to get aggressive, and what happened there? What happened there?
Gotta be somebody disconnecting, right?
Like, 2 disconnects simultaneously.
It must have been. Yeah, I think it is. I don't know how that happens. Maybe they are living, maybe they're next door neighbors and the internet just died. Exciting stuff, but I mean, again, it's the nature of online Counter-Strike, so everybody just has to adjust. Sedco, oh, what a position here. This is very close, but only going to get the 1 kill. There was a chance there for a double, and that would have been very fun.
I like that it's even, though. It's like you lose one from each team, right? So at least then, it's not going to have too much of an impact on the round itself. And Zello takes the head clean off of Peppo to even out the numbers at a 2v2. Zedko and Morisco trying to work their way back in. Morisco with the Galil. Smoke visible through that door just barely, but he'll know that when it fades out. Gun 5 just trying to hang on to this site as Morisco is leaning closer and closer to jumping out of observation. Zedko and himself lined up for the timing here, and Zedko wants to go out. He gets his head taken off as well, and Zello drops Morisco. That'll do it. Gun 5 do indeed hang on to tie it up at 8.
All out chaos, no question about it. I'm surprised that Peppo doesn't get anything done down there. I feel like he was in a very, very strong position as they're coming out of the smoke. But yeah, I guess a good crosshair placement from Cello there as well. And suddenly, it's a tied game, 8-8, with the money being kind of out of whack here for the CT side. So Man, yeah, Sinners, they had built something pretty nice, but now they're at a risk of losing the map here.
No, definitely. Yeah, it was a great start to that T side. 7-2, and everything's looking really great. And all of a sudden, Sinners storm on back, get themselves 5 rounds overall in that first half, and then this second half, excuse me, in the first round, it was looking great for Gun 5, and then Sinners come back, and it felt like with that victory would start taking control as well, but neither team can seem to get a grip on that. Maybe Gun 5 will now, as they have an anti-eco.
Yeah, it should be a bit of an easier time of it.
Oh
Nice
my God.
dinks, my god, the USP. Satisfying weapon to get some headshots with, but again, they should be able to control this. One ramp, one towards a mini. They know where that last CT player is. There should be no surprises. It's a lot of damage, but not enough to change the round. Gun 5 just marching on here. Doing a pretty respectable job, I would say.
Yeah, no question. No, it's looking pretty nice here so far on their T side. We haven't yet seen a full gun round from Sinners, though, and now we're going to get it almost. We don't have the op out for Peppo, but we'll see how much of a difference that makes, because there isn't an op on the other side either, and technically a little bit of a late bonus round, let's say, coming through from Gun 5, because Lackey with the Mac 10 and still have the full AKs. But not really. I mean, it's pretty much a rifle-on-rifle round. We'll see if Lackey can make it work with the Mac 10, which would be a bonus for Gun 5.
Got a big swing round here if Sinners lose this one. There's not quite their last chance, but I think the momentum is fading a little bit. And honestly, also just seeing some of the Gunfire members wake up a little bit more again. Maybe it was a bit of a slow start on that CT side. Maybe they weren't quite as ready as maybe even they would have wanted. This is looking a lot better. CeeLo coming up with 1 kill there, and it's so early in the round. They've got plenty of time to wait and see what is the response here for the CTs. We can tell that they're going to be looking towards that lobby area. Surprised if they don't just kind of keep going. The bomb, though, is down the stairs, so even if they find a kill out here, it shouldn't be the end of the world for Gunfire. They should be able to put some speed behind this and try and go for that bomb plant pretty quickly. But actually, even Sinners are kind of giving up on that lobby push. They're going back now instead. If they get 1 kill down here below Gun 5, then it's almost a save for Sinners immediately.
Yeah, Gun 5 cleared out pretty much everything here on the back lines. And you just have decon where you don't have that information. Of course, ramp as well, but they're going to try and isolate that with utility, which they do, so now they just have to clear out the rest of the site. And if they get that 1 frag, like you said, should be fine. Zello is dropped there, lurking outside. There's the squeaky door open, and Zetko manages to get a trade immediately on the other side of the map, so this is still a 3v3 and possible for Sinners to get back in.
Yeah, it is. Also, now you're in a position where you're not thinking about saving, you're thinking about going for it. You could have risking everything. Incendiary, but it's not quite going to force anybody out, and now they're kind of lined up inside of that back room. It's going to be a little bit too scary. S-Dime coming up with a couple of good kills, and Shock realizing now it's not going to be worth it any longer. There's always that potential. I don't mind that they try to go for the 3v3 retake here, but it is always a bit scary because, you know, if they hadn't had that early success, they wouldn't even have been in a position to go for the retake, and they would have already made the call long ago. But you get a little bit of success, and you think, all right, let's go for it, and then you end up losing everything. Happens quite a bit. 10-8. Sinners just kind of slipping up a little bit in this game.
Yeah, it's hard to blame them for going for it, like you were saying. Like, I understand the logic behind it in that situation. It's just almost better if they get run down immediately and then go for the save, because then at least have someone to fight with in this round instead of just pistols. And I guess they did decide to upgrade with a couple of MP9s, which is, you know, I guess the economy dictates that they could do that with the loss bonus racking up now. This time going to get the opener. Oh, beautiful shot from Marisco. I mean, he's just played with the deagle at this point.
Yeah, he's hitting some absolute bangers out there. More of that, and maybe the team will get fired up. Shock is on 6 kills at the moment. That's a little bit low on the board, unfortunately, so we'd love to see a couple of rounds out of him where he is the, you know, the difference maker, just to get him warmed up a bit. B-Stick, pretty good timing with the incendiary coming through. A lot of damage here, but no kills yet. And they do kind of still control this part of it. Flashbang through, and now they're going to go straight for it. Almost shut down with a little bit of a a ramp push coming in, but at the end of it, they throw the bomb down, and now they've taken control of this lower part of the map, so they might be fine anyway. The AK on Peppo is going to get the kill on one player, and this is a chaotic round. 45 seconds, we're in a 3v3. B-Stick's going to be easy to take care of Lackey, and that's the bomb dropped again.
Uh-oh. Not the greatest for Gun 5 with all the momentum in their favor. They will be able to get into the B site and probably find this plant, but looking at the health, it's so low. I mean, 66 HP combined for Selter and Funshine. And look at B-Stick's flank. Funshine, no idea at all. So much pressure from every angle. And Selter will fall too. They get the bomb plant, which is good for the economy. That'll help bolster it, even though they could have bought anyway. But it's Sinners coming through with a very important round victory.
Yeah, no question about it. This is the big ticket back into this game. Especially maybe because they do upgrade into 3 AKs behind this round, so... Yeah, I mean, the last 2 or 3 rounds have been, you know, it's felt like every round could be decisive for the victory, but this one, this one is a step in the other direction, so absolutely needed, I would say. We'll see if they can build on this, because it's been a little bit lackluster in the second half, I would say, for Sinners. This should be one of those wake-up moments where you think, okay, now let's really focus in on this one and get the job done, because they did a fine job in the first half, but they needed a bit more momentum here.
Well, they're still going to have enough money to get a buy-up. As we talked about, that bomb plant helping them out quite a bit. And even money in the tank should they lose this one as well. But that's not in the cards for them. They want to get that 11th and keep the pressure on a Sinner squad that looks so good at the beginning of this map. But they've quickly kind of faded away. I think it's something like an 8-3 run? 8-4 run, something like that, or maybe no, 8-2. Sorry, I'm in favor of Gun 5 right now. My math was failing me, but I quickly corrected. 1:08 on the clock as we wait for Gun 5 to make their move. Looks like they're stacking up for an A hit.
That's wild, though, when you think about it. Like, what a big change it is from first to second half here. B-Stick expecting a little bit more. Flashes coming through, but it's all a bit of a fake right now as they are starting to run back. CeeLo is actually on the site, just fighting left and right. He's doing a remarkable job. He's keeping 4 people at the A-bomb site, while the entire rest of the T-forces made their way down towards the B site instead. 37 seconds. Shock was already here. He was the only defender to begin with. Honestly, the rotation here is really quick, but there is still a player on the A site, so it's a bit of a wacky round, to be honest. They're doing fine on the kill department, and the bomb should be planted. Shock's going to get 1 kill there, but I don't think it's anywhere near enough, so I almost can't even blame Sinners for having a hard time reading this round. Chaos was everywhere.
No, it was so well played by Gun 5. You have to give him full credit. I mean, the util comes in. It looks like a full A execute. The fact that Zello is so committed on the site, you're like, well, they have to be here. And on top of it all, what sells it is Zello getting that first frag. Yes, he's dropped immediately afterwards, but it keeps Sinners on that site for that moment longer that Gun 5 needed to get full control of B. And by the time Sinners realize it, and you aptly said it was quick, right? They rotated around it and got back to that B site. You're on the outside looking in, and there's already Gun 5 players watching both doors, the double doors, and of course decon door. So it's just, it was too difficult to retake the site, and you're looking at Gun 5 taking their 11th and extending their lead back to 2. A bit of a save coming through from the Sinners in terms of guns, and they will have enough to buy up here. But it's just been really a roller coaster ride here in the second half.
Round number 21, and not that much money necessarily on anybody. A little bit of a better situation on the T side. Run boosted over. Okay, I kind of like it. There's nobody out there that he could fight immediately, but it would have been sick if there would have been someone to jump. It's Peppo to begin with. Haven't got to see his name nearly enough. Again, he's kind of trying to, I think, make a bit of a name for himself, so we'd love to see some more out of him. Morisco is going to be finding one player trying to sneak through onto that hell position. And after a bit of a trade, it's a 4-on-3.
I'm just hanging out here in the smoke, and it works out for him, and he gets the second as well. I didn't think he would be good for 2, but he absolutely is, even 1. I mean, it felt like he had the disadvantage there, and I think was fired at first. Just very quick flick, gets the first, and even on the second with 17 HP to spare. 3v2. Sinners have one player that's Zedco playing second vent, and then Shock. Is he just going to go up to heaven? Yeah, they're convinced this is going to be an A hit, and they could be right.
Yeah, they look like they have a bit of a read. Oh, Shock's got to be so careful. If he hadn't climbed the ladder there instead, he could have been dead.
He might still be.
Goes to check outside. They're just already watching for him. It's so lucky that he lives through the first round there. Down into the bomb site, but all it really does is open up the path down to B. They got 30 seconds. They can just slowly walk it down there. Zedco is starting to relocate, and I guess if he can find a kill and delay... Oh, he's not actually doing that much yet. I thought he was going to go a little bit quicker, but I think they're realizing maybe a couple of seconds too late here. So the bomb planted, and I guess maybe they could just be saving the guns here because 2-on-3 with a bomb plant. I mean, you're going to be fighting for overtime, but it is a very hard round to win. They have a smoke and a kit. So if Zedco gets a very fast kill, maybe there's something to fight for, but with the health on Shock, yeah, it's not worth it.
No, like, they're probably talking, saying, guys, like, Shock only has 37 HP, and you have no positioning onto that B site. Just go and save. And they're actually going to get a second op picked up off the ground. So there's the double op available to them, heading into the what could be the final round of play. But yeah, no, Gun5 doing another good job there, honestly. You know, they had their heads on a swivel, especially Ecstatic, who was able to get a couple there, and afterwards they were watching all the right spots. I like the movement from Shock, though. I have to give him a ton of credit because, you know, he's in heaven, he gets spotted, gets tagged down a little bit, and immediately jumps down, knowing that the util's coming in. If he stays there, he's dead. Like, the nade is going to finish him off. But he managed to survive, so he keeps the op alive, and then they call for the save. So that's some money and guns brought into this next round, and they're able to get a full buy in terms of rifles anyway, and even almost utility, except Shock is lacking in that, available to them as well. So giving themselves a very good fighting chance to keep hope alive here for overtime, Anders.
Yeah, that's suddenly the position that they're in.
That's
in
crazy.
Spite of
Yeah.
a lot of great work at the beginning. It seemed like it was going to be a bit of a one-sided game, but here we are instead. All right, they're going to be walking through their own smoke into mini. It's such a powerful position. I must say, this is getting away with so much. This could easily be round, and as a consequence, map winning. There's nobody on the A bomb site.
This is catastrophic for Sinners. I mean, Gun5 can literally plant their feet on the site, get the bomb down on the ground, and have perfect positionings post-plant. Zello peeking around, though. Maybe overzealous in that peak because he gives up a lot of space. Lackey from Squeaky does manage to drop Zedco, his head on a swivel, but unfortunately for him, Morisco is going to get that trade. So a 4v3 retake.
Let's see what Celtic could do here. Easy kill to Morisco to begin with. So it's a good start for the afterplant here. Fine shine, good little spray down. Attempted wallbang on the other side, but they're bleeding players. Yeah, pick up that M4 instead, trying to get the job done. B-Stick, he's the last man alive in a 1 versus 2. He jumps down, taps the bomb. He should be dead, and he will be. A nice headshot to finish the whole thing with. 5 coming up with a bit of a crazy comeback on the second half. I must say, it's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. I think, look, there were some key moments from Fineshine in that first half of action with the AWP where he really did a great job keeping his team's morale in it, let's say, because Sinners weren't really fussed at all. Like, it was just Fineshine against Sinners for a few rounds at some points because he was just trying to keep his op up and running, but it was enough. And then I think Estime, he's that key piece that woke up as well, and Shock had that big moment with that 2K into vending, so I think that's when things really started to get going. Or actually, not Shock, he's on Sinners, of course, but just Gun5 really got things going really well.
Yeah. Good job. We're learning a little bit about something here, and it could also be that they just had a bit of a colder start on the first half of the map, where you know Gun5 they didn't look quite as impressive. Sometimes you do need a couple of rounds to play yourself in, but that was well played. Good job. That was on Nuke to begin with. It's the best of 3, so we've got more coming up. But I must say, I'm not too displeased.
No, yeah, and I was gonna say the timeout. That was really the difference maker, and you highlighted it as teams don't call their timeouts here at Tier 2, and then look what happens. Gun5 calls it, and then they go on that crazy run with the adaptation with Zello going towards the yard and playing aggressively there. Gave them 2 rounds off of that, and almost every time a frag leading to that 7-5 half.
Yeah, not at all bad. That's only map number 1, of course. We do have more. I believe Mirage is coming up in a second. Ancient is deciding if we get there. So it's going to be exciting to see how that one plays out. It will be after the break, so stay tuned, and we will be right back.
All right, welcome back here, guys, to Sinners versus Gun 5 here in the opening round of the group stage of CCT-EU 18. I mean, look, it was a surprise for us on Nuke, Anders. I feel like Sinners picked into it. We thought they had a plan. It looked like they had a plan. You know, 7-2 on T side is phenomenal. And then a timeout's called and everything just flips around to Gun 5's favor.
Yeah, either a slow start for Gun 5 or maybe Sinners sort of making a couple of mistakes. But regardless, it ends up going the way of Gun 5 on Nuke. So I'm excited for it. I think it's good to see that they managed to step it up. That means we're going to go on to our second map of Mirage. So see how that one goes. But I mean, like, Sinners definitely showing a bit of weakness, I would say, towards the second half of that game, which they just couldn't recover from.
Exactly. And I think that's, well, we'll see if it carries over into this map. I don't think it necessarily will, because I think there's a lot of confidence for Sinners on Mirage 6-1. We already talked about that, right, over the last month. And you look on the other side for Gun 5, on the surface, you see a 3-5 record, and you say, why are they picking into this? But if you look at their last 3 results, beating Navi Jr., which is a nice win, 22-19 in triple OT, then in overtime losing to Eklot 14-16, and then a loss against Aurora 10-13, both very close losses. So I feel like they're building up a lot more confidence on the map, at least lately. So that could be why they're picking into it.
Yeah, it would be sick, wouldn't it? If they, I mean, I feel like if you're Gun 5 and you pick into this map and you actually beat Sinners on it, that's kind of a badass move, you know? That would be sick if they could find a way to do that. I'm not sure if I'm super convinced. Just again, looking at the record here, I feel like it should be Sinners walking away with this one. But again, maybe Gun 5 have something special up their sleeve. I certainly hope so, because you know, we want to see some surprising results here. And Sinners, you know, they're getting tested pretty hard at the moment. I've got to be honest. Maybe harder than I was expecting. They're going to be starting on the CT side, Sinners, and Gun 5 are going to be on the T side.
All right, yeah, we're going to jump into it now, but I don't know. I'm feeling like Gun 5 might be able to pull this one off, and I agree with you. That would be pretty impressive from them if they can get this one notched into their belts right off the docket here in the group stage against a Sinner squad that, for all intents and purposes, was technically the favorite. Maybe not by much, but still the favorite coming into this matchup. We still got a whole map of Counter-Strike to play, maybe 2. We'll see how this goes. Lackey, the tip of the spear here, charging in towards that B site. Peppo, beautiful shot onto Lackey to get that opener, but it's not going to stop Gun 5. They're charging forward, but they cannot keep themselves up off the ground. 3 players dropped, and now Fineshine's trying to make it work here and at least get a bomb plant. And Esdane, actually, a second, maybe a third. Can they even the numbers? They do! And S-Time might even be able to find another frag and give them an advantage from a 2v4.
Yeah, what a turnaround. Oh, he actually gets the Goosh as well on the Sedco. Suddenly low on health. They got plenty of time as well. There is a kit there on Shock, so they don't have to panic to go for the retake, but it's going to come down to the gunfights alone here. 2v2. What a shock it would be to Sinners if they end up losing this one. Oh, peeking at the same time. I like the attempted coordination, but for Shock, it's some beautiful headshots to shut it down, and Sinners will pick up the pistol round. They probably should have won it the first time around, but at least they got it over the line.
Yeah, it's actually a 2v5. I just realized where S-Dime and Fineshine, were able to come through and almost upset the apple cart there. That was really impressive from both of them to even get the bomb plant out of that situation when Sinners were just dropping them like flies. Anyway, 1-0 in favor of Sinners, so they do get that early start as they did on Nuke.
That's what you want to see, right? You lose the first map, you want to come back in here on a map that you play a lot and feel some confidence in the beginning, so kind of laying in the groundwork for that at the moment. We are going to see an investment because the bomb was planted, so no surprise. Gun 5 are going to be ready with some Galils. No AK, so going to be Tech 9s and the rest here. Ooh, didn't look like he had any head armor Shock there. He died very fast, and the flash around the corner is plenty enough to get Peppo killed. Got to be careful here, Gun 5. You don't fight too much. Just get the bomb plant and look at the after plant, which I think they're trying to do right now. B-stick. Careful, you don't walk into a shot here. They're going to smoke off the connector once again. It's a powerful after plant position for them right here, and with that lineup, they could have almost lost the round right then and there. They might anyway. You could see Sedco is so low on health, and he's going to die. No,
it's over. Morisco's got to get the heck out of here and save the M4, and he already is. Wow. Yeah, there was no head armor on that first engagement. You're absolutely right, Anders, which is surprising because you know there's very little chance you're going to be up against the AKs, so you definitely need that head armor. and he opts not to go for it. So a little bit of a risk, and that causes issues. Marisco can't even save the M4. Zella will take care of him, and that means 2 M4s going to be grabbed off the ground for Gun 5, so free upgrades, and they immediately respond after losing the pistol round. And one thing I was going to say, Anders, is that, you know, even though they win that first one, I'm not even sure it builds up that much confidence because of the way it panned out. If you win it cleanly and you have 4 players left standing, even all 5, given the way it started, then yeah, I'd say it's a confidence builder. But they lost 3 and almost the round if it's not for Shock, you know, getting those 2 nice headshots. And then they lose this follow-up, so I don't know.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, maybe you could have walked away with a bit more in the tank behind that one. Oh, close with a 5-7 here.
What's
They're
happening?
just rushing straight in there. I appreciate the tempo, but man, you need some more grenades to try and clear out that corner. That's very nearly the round lost here. Up against a Deagle, a 5-7, and a Scout all of a sudden in a 2 versus 3. And already Selter is tacked up, so this is an unfortunate turn of events to say the least here. Gun 5, maybe in a bit too much of a hurry to get onto that A bomb side.
Yeah, I was going to say there's an argument to be made that they could rotate back and try to get towards that B site. And it feels like they're trying to, but not in the right direction. Zedco, with the Scout watching, takes down S-Dime. And now Selter, last one standing, has to recover the bomb as well, which I don't think is visible yet for Sinners that it's been dropped, but it will be soon. Selter, expecting someone to be around this broken wall, but they will be on the other side, and he's in a heap of trouble now. He comes out, gets 2! Beastic and Peppo dropped. Zedco, the last one standing. He knows that Selter is here, but Selter's got some time on the clock to work with.
Yeah, and depending on level of experience and just, you know, the psychology of the player, could be very hard to play these kind of rounds on the CT side when you don't quite know what's happening. Like, has he already gone to the B bomb side? Did I miss him? Like, you're going to feel an urge to be a little bit more mobile, and that's often what gets you killed. Setco, though, he's actually doing a fine enough job, but... Oh, Selter, he's also playing this very well. He slipped the net, he's managed to walk away, and this is going to be a long run for Setco. It's going to feel super uncomfortable having to go all the way across the map to try and find that bomb, especially with no kit, so potentially quite a tough 1 versus 1 here. We'll see what he actually ends up doing. Picks up the AK. Again, it's such a long route. If he finds him at the corner here, that's fine, but Selter, if he hears the footsteps in the middle, this could be a big advantage.
I think he's going to as well. Yeah, I think he's just been made aware of it. He's turned his head, watching here. Zedco has to hard clear it. He's not. Now he is. Could get it. No, he looks away for a moment. All he had to do was hard clear the corner. But Selter is able to capitalize. A 1v3 clutch coming through, and it was not easy because there were upgrades that were picked up by Sinners at that point. He was going up against some rifles and still manages to get it done. Almost slips away, but Gun 5 get the second, Anders.
Yeah, that's just very well played.
Yeah.
In the 1v1. But at the same time, they probably didn't need to be in that 1v1 if they had just taken a bit more care at the start of the round. So, might be a little asterisk to that one. Again, it's down to a bit of a funky situation in terms of the economy of Sinners. They've bought into this round and they don't have that much to work with. This could be a really awkward start. If they lose this round too, I mean, how long do you keep having this kind of a buy? They're going to get a kill with the Scout, so maybe it makes sense at the end, but this is risky.
This is that trap we were talking about that you can get into, you know, in MR12, right? If you start forcing up in the second round as CTs after losing the pistol, or excuse me, not after losing the pistol because they won the pistol, but if you keep forcing up round after round, then, you know, trying to get those surprising round victories, you get into a ton of trouble economically, and you really will maybe never recover if you're not careful. Anyway, Lucky, we going on here from Cat. He's spotted out. I think that was Zedco towards the B site. Yeah, he's everywhere now with that Scout. A site's vacant, and it looks like Gun 5 will be taking the space. Do they expect Peppo at Tetris? He could create a lot of problems for them because they're technically caught in a crossfire now, and there it is. Strikes at the perfect moment.
Yeah. I mean, again, they're fighting their way out, so maybe they're not completely toast here, but this is so scary. Oh, shot right through the box. Lucky, can't believe he found that one. And it's back into a 2 versus 2. But again, there was never any bomb plant happening there. They did get interrupted, like you pointed out. Peppo was just hiding in the back, so now it's Morisco and Zedco 2 versus 2 here, and not quite going to get the flick, leaving just fine shine. It was already very low on health, so somehow Sinners, they're making something work in these rounds. I have no idea how. Almost pre-fired there, but there should be no way. 10 seconds, I can't see him winning this one. Yep. Nice lineup from Risco, and Sinners get away with the one here. But honestly, Gun5, they have themselves to blame a little bit too, right? When they run onto the bomb site for the first time through the connector, they don't really have to be that fast. Like, they can check more of the bomb site, they can be a little bit more patient, but they're in a bit of a hurry.
Yeah, it's the second time in a row that they've done that. Like, just trying to rush their way into the bomb site, trying to overload against a Sinner squad that's going to be comfortable even on those force buys. And look, the force buy pays dividends for them again. It did do the same over on Nuke, even though they didn't win that second half, nor the map. But still, it shows that they've got some confidence in those pistols. And, I mean, really well done. They should, because of the shots that they're hitting. Gun5, still enough money in the tank to go for, let's say, a force buy of their own, even though it's 4 Galils, 4 rifles available to them. Eagle as well. Marisco up close and personal, loses the fight, but gets the frag from the grave with the grenade.
That's one way to do it, isn't it? Such an important round here for Sinners, even though they won that last one, and maybe they shouldn't have. It's still, you can see that the buy is all over the place. Their money is not looking good. If they lose this next one here, they're back in the same weird position. I wonder if they're going to force up one more time. What a shot coming through, and an awkward timing to take down Peppo as well. Bomb is momentarily dropped here in the connector, and they know where Setco is, so let's see if they can find a way to get rid of him. They certainly can. What a deagle shot. And that is the round here. You can see B-Stick is just way too far away. The only way he could win this round is I think, via Ninja Diffuse, basically.
Seen some pretty wicked deagle shots throughout this series so far, and that's just a beautiful one for S-Time to find at that moment. The bomb gets planted. B-Stick with an MP9. I mean, look, given the money situation, any piece of kit is valuable. Speaking of kit, the fuse kit, the full armor, the flash. I guess he's looking for, is it a ninja? I don't know. He could try.
I think that's the only way to try and do this, right? If you're hoping that, you know, most players have run away from the bomb site, and then you can kill one to get the defuse. It's a good idea, you know, to credit him for trying. It just doesn't work out. So, big problems all of a sudden again for Sinners, in spite of some good work in the last round here. They're in a position to potentially have to lose a couple of more rounds just to the economy alone.
Yeah. That is the problem with the force buy repeatedly and not winning it cleanly, right? Because they always lost almost every single player under both circumstances, even though they win their second round in the previous one. Gun5 getting a third here means that they go for a... Okay. Sorry. They go for a force buy again? You don't want to get your economy stabilized? I guess I see the argument, right? Because Gun5 haven't done that either. But I feel like the force buy wars ended in that previous round. Yet Sinners are of a different mind. Let's see if they're right to make this call. The util's so light, Anders.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, Gun5 are getting some decent mid control here. Yeah. So I mean, typically when you get into this top connector position on the T side, it's, you know, you're pretty close to winning the round just by position alone. Good trade, even if Peppo get that one, but 4 versus 4 alone on the bomb side. A shot here. Oh, the flash comes in at a really inopportune time. He was looking for a shot. He will get it anyway. Nice deagle to take down Lackey. Could he get a little bit more? Unfortunately not, and there's nobody there that can help him. And look at the health that's left on almost the rest of Sinners here. They're in some trouble.
There's almost a temptation to play passively here and pull it back if you don't get an immediate frag. But there's that immediate frag. Selter gone to Zedco. Nade comes through. That should be a frag too. Yeah, there it is. So they're just so low that any nade that comes through will be scary. And S-Time picks up another one off the ground, and he's going to toss that through. This time it won't connect on anything as B-Stick has snuck his way towards connector. But he's very low as well, so he has to be very careful about the way he deploys himself and ensure that Zedco is in position to get a trade once he engages, as this bomb will be planted.
Gun5 taking a lot more time before planting the bomb here. I kind of like seeing that, you know. Be sure that you're not going to get peeked on by some weird angle. Molotov is pretty good to get S-Time to move out of the way, but fine shine. Good timing on the peek, and now it's actually weirdly down into a 1 versus 1 with 2 players on 100% health here. There is a kit on Zedco, so he's got time to fake it out a little bit, go for a couple of different peaks there. It's going to be one chance, but fine shine with a bit of a jump.
Wow.
Oh, time's running off the clock now. He goes for the fight, and Zedco ends up losing. It's fine shine to come out on top of the 1 versus 1, and again, it's disastrous for Sinners here. They absolutely need to start winning some rounds. Look at their economy once again, John. It's brutal.
It's very bad, and it's their own fault because they keep forcing up round after round. They have to start getting that economy stabilized, or else they're just going to keep losing these rounds without having proper rifles and utility up. But anyway, I love the way FineChan played that, by the way. Just peeking around for information, jumping over the box to see where Zedco might be coming from, and sees him charging up, then takes the fight immediately. I mean, in the 1v1, trying to burn time off the clock and the bomb. Couldn't have done it better, honestly. And now finally, Sinners have put away their wallets in their back pockets and decided to go for a save. It will be P250, excuse me, P2000, P250, and 3 USPs. So not much available to them. They stack up in connector that leads to 1, maybe 2. Yeah, 2 frags, and they're in a bit of trouble at gun 5, but it quickly gets diffused. That's it. Lackey gets things under control.
It's really truly chaotic rounds at the start of this game. I've got to be honest. This is it's hard to judge the outcome just based on what we're seeing. I feel like even with low weapons, Sinners have made a lot of these rounds really close. But speaking of which, they finally have a bit more. Not the AWP, but I don't know. On this map, sometimes can be nice, but some AWPers really don't enjoy AWPing this map anyway. So I'm sure they're going to be fine with the M4s. But they need to win as many rounds as they can from here on out. This is getting pretty grim.
Yeah, I can understand because, like, your positions are pretty much known as an opera. Like, you're going to be at window, you're going to be having a peek from window or con. So you're going into what is likely a crosshair every single time. So we'll see. Certainly, I think they'd like to have it, but they can make it work without the AWP. 1:25 on the clock here as we get going around number 8. Shock. Gonna go through the broken wall and gets the frag onto Zello. Wow, I thought Zello had the advantage there, but Shock comes around and deals the first blow.
That's a nice pick-off. Really, really important. They just have to stabilize this a little bit here, Sinners. Lackey hoping to catch the timing with the smoke, but Setka was absolutely ready for that one, and the 3 remaining Gun 5 players are all over the map. They're just playing on their own. It's a good kill, but Peppo's going to be there for the return, and okay, they're starting to group up towards the side. If they get this one, it might be back on, actually. A 2 versus 4, turned into a 2v3. Let's see if they can find the kill leader or CT spawn to plant the bomb. They have a Molotov, but they're not using it at the moment. Shock is just patiently waiting back here. Oh, and he looked like he should have had it, but it goes the other way.
I mean, that's just a ridiculous reaction from S-Time, honestly. Shock played it right. Now Peppo will get one, but he's brought down to 7 HP, and this is a very winnable 1v2 for S-Time, especially considering he's already managed to get the plant down. Wow, S-Time just tucking himself around in towards CT. They know it, so that's to their advantage. I imagine they're just going to try and double swing here. This nade won't do anything. Oh my god, definitely not. Wow. It almost takes Peppo out. And now, S-Time gets the 2K, clutches out the 1v2. 4 on the round for him.
In a way, it would have been so much funnier if they had grenaded themselves, but the result is much the same. They're going to lose the round anyway, and that makes it a 6-2 here in favor of Gun 5. Yeah, S-Time. If he doesn't check that, I think they just lose the round immediately. Yeah. Wow. This is, again, a map that Sinners play a lot, and with a super high win rate on. They must be feeling a bit weird about this too. Like, why are we suddenly having such a hard time on the CT side?
I think, again, they're kind of their own worst enemy, at least in this map, because they decided to go for 4 spies so consistently that it really crushed their economy. And they only get 1 round out of the 3 or 4 spies that they go for. It's just not the return on investment that you need. As Gun 5, they do take a lot of early damage here, but they're the ones to get the first one onto Morisco. Zedco's trying to fall back and readjust here. What's interesting about Gun 5 there is you kind of called it, they were very chaotic. They were all over the map, and they somehow find a way through, even though it didn't feel like there was a rhyme or reasoning to their positioning, as Zello will get a second for his squad.
What could they do? I mean, the dream of making a comeback from this first half here is really slipping away quickly. They're going to be playing an entire CT side at this point with no real economy. Like, the best buy we've seen of them are the 4 M4s that they had. Yeah, that was it. Otherwise, it's been from Mars MP9, a couple of scouts. Like, they've just had no money. How's it even possible to have the... Again, I guess when you keep forcing is ultimately the answer, but it's really, really come back to hurt them a lot.
Yeah, and even here, obviously the loss bonus is now full at 3,400, but it is a decent investment that they've brought into this round. So they're trying to keep it up. Zetko, despite it all, has looked pretty impressive with this scout. He's got some nice shots, but it hasn't really yielded anything. Alrighty. Well, Gun 5 going to keep 4 rifles alive, despite all 4 players being below 50 health. They're still okay, and they get away from that bomb. More than good enough. Oh, Beastic catches 2! That actually helps. I mean, look, the economy hasn't exactly stabilized for Gun 5, so it will be a comfortable buy-up, let's say, but it gives Sinners maybe that hope that they'll be able to get back into this one a little bit more. It's a similar scoreline to that previous map on Nuke, right? Except it's the other way around, right? Gun 5, 7-2 over Sinners. I think it's played out a little bit differently, Anders, because it felt really convincing for Sinners in that 7-2, but here it's been kind of all over the place.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, you're right as well. Like, so getting a couple of kills like that with a Deagle, it makes the team laugh a little bit. You get another AK. It could be a difference maker, although they really nearly knew Risco at the start of this round. Just sprayed through the edge of the smoke there. He's going to be a little bit worse for wear. Sinners, how do you... I don't need to tell you guys this. You already know, like, 7-5 here is still not really a good result, but it's enough to make a comeback from, for sure. So let's see if they can at least get that. It's kind of necessary, I would say. They also got the AWP out on Peppo now. Man, they need to start building something right now.
No, I do agree. I mean, their CG side isn't this bad, for sure. Like, they are typically way better on the defensive end and do have some pretty one-sided score lines. You know, looking at 13-9 and 13-6 and then 13-9 against Monty. Shox can get the opener here. Zello gets the immediate trade. And this is the thing. Like, Sinners just don't seem like they can get a good grasp on mid-control. And Gun 5 have just been having their way with Sinners every single round, and a lot of that is due to the fact that they haven't gotten the buy.
It's going to get worse. Look at the rotation. There's only one player really holding the catwalk position right here. If they go through the smoke, Setko, if he's not quite ready for it, he's not.
Oh.
There's nobody else. I mean, at the market, yes, but how much is this guy going to be able to hold on? Not at all. Beastic goes down. They were expecting more of an A rotate. What a spray from S-Time. We're going to have to see that more. I don't think I've seen that very often used in a match, but that was actually really sick. Bit of a risk potentially, but it absolutely caught the kill. That's so cool to see. And I mean, honestly, a great call for Gun 5. Even going through the smoke there, the timing was absolutely perfect. It could have been risky, but once they got this kill, it was almost over.
That's fantastic. Yeah, nice wall bang as well from S-Time. And then it all works out for Gun 5, 8-2 in their favor, and they must have seen something on the Sinner side when they were reviewing demos. I don't know, but they picked into one of their top maps statistically and are coming out here and getting 8 rounds against Sinners. Shock under a lot of pressure here. Does manage to get one. He's got the support as well. Now, maybe this is a round that turns in their favor. Shock, along with Zedko, making the MP9 sing, but they still have Fineshine to deal with in the 1v4. Fineshine making it work for 2. Flashbang towards CT. Peppo can't see much of anything, so that gives Fineshine a ton of space onto the site. Now he tosses the Molotov in. Doesn't know that both players are here, but the Molotov is making life difficult for them. They do have the smoke, but decide against using it and are just going to bide their time. But the thing is, speaking of time, there's tons of it. Fineshine can get the heck out of the A site. And oh my goodness, he peeks around as Peppo is having a look from Ticket. It's down to a 1v1.
This kid is looking really sick. I mean, that last shot was impressive, but honestly, the spray that he got on the guy on the stairwell, that was a very awkward fight. I can't believe that he managed to actually get the he was like backing up and the other guy was essentially jumping down the stairs. It'd be fun to see a replay of that now. You're right. There's a lot of time. And it's into a 1 versus 1. And Beastic, again, I actually love the position here. Like, it would have been very hard for Fineshine to read. But unfortunately for Beastic, he's gone to the wrong bomb site. Fineshine is going to be walking into B. And again, if you're the sole, CT player rotating all the way across the map like this to find somebody, is such a miserable position to be in.
And I love the way Fineshine is using every single second he has on the clock to clear out all these angles, right? So now he knows that no one was in market, no one was at cap, because that's where he just came from. And now it's going to be a rotation from the A site. So he can just position himself and wait here patiently from Cat and have a peek to see if the rotation is going to come at mid, which is what he's reading, but that's not what's happening. Beastic slowly but surely making his way to the bomb site.
I think once he sees where the bomb is planted, he's going to have a really good understanding of what's happening. Unfortunately, all he has is the smoke to try and deal with it, and Yeah, you can smoke and try and go for that defuse, but is it going to not even close? Fine Shine. What an absolutely ridiculous clutch from him. A quad kill in the round, but I must say, this was impressive, all right? I'm going to definitely remember this guy's name. New to the team, but some of these kills that he's brought through in this one, I think this spray down here this is truly mental. Like, I don't know how to hit. He has to, like, immediately adjust the aim quite a bit below to adjust for the recoil, and it just works anyway.
And threading the needle on that third, like, that's not an easy shot to hit either. You got the player coming around from Ticket with potentially an advantage, but Feinstein is absolutely ready for it because, well, obviously he already knows the two players are coming from that direction. Unbelievable 1v4. Cannot be understated. That is the highlight of our match so far. 1:39 on the clock, final round here of this first half. Zedko and Marisco are in a lot of trouble. Marisco managed to get one, but only one. The trades favor the T's, as B-Stick does bring it back to a 3v3, but there's so much space towards that B site that can be exploited, and I think that's exactly what Selter's hoping to do. He's probably going to call his bomb carrier over to the site, I would imagine, realizing it's clear, but, I mean, Feinstein appears to have other plans. Maybe they're just going to pincer on to A.
9
trying
rounds.
Rotations. Yeah.
I mean, the walk through the smoke is sickening. They're just not expecting it. That's such a sneaky play. The bomb is following up behind it. They still think that maybe this is going to be more of a B hit, because obviously they lost the B bomb site, so they're fully tricked right now. The bomb is going to go down, and they're going to try and go for a B retake, and they're going to realize way too late what is going on. You could see now, I think they're starting to dawn on them what's happening. They hear the Molotov on the other side, and they're realizing, oh dear, we're in trouble here, but it shouldn't make a difference. Celta, good spray, gonna get the kill on the B stick, and yeah, they're completely cooked in this round.
That is a brilliant call from Selter. Like, I have to say, right? He goes onto the B site, realizes it's free and clear, already saw Funshine going towards A and says, no, guys, keep going. Get to that A site. I'm going to throw all my util, make it feel like we're going for an XQ towards B. On top of it, he gets a frag, and then they're fully convinced. Even though there was that presence they saw towards the A site, walking through the smoke, it's S-Time, they still rotate to B, thinking that's the lurk. But it's the other way around. I mean, the mind games in that round were so good from Gun 5. And even at the end, Selter's in a position to take care of a player that's trying to rotate from apartments back to A. Brilliant first half from Gun 5. 10-2 against a Sinner squad that we cannot understate. 85.7% win rate coming into this map.
This is not at all what I expected when I saw the second map getting picked here. But you know what? I mean, it's impressive. Gun 5. What a nice surprise for us that they were able to play this well. Seltzer gonna drop a smoke. He knows he's going to be pressured, and a nice headshot to begin with. Actually, very nice mechanics here. He does need some backup, and pretty soon, and unfortunately, he's not going to get there quite in time. So he dies. They still have the kit on S-Time, but right now, they're losing the bomb side. Oh no, the bomb gets stopped. How is that allowed? S-Time, he comes in with a bit of a wicked shot there. There's still bleeding players across the map, so at the end of the day for Sinners, it looks like they're going to be able to win this round.
Yeah, S-Time's got a lot of work ahead of him. His pistol, though, a couple of headshots could turn things around very quickly. Bomb gets planted, so the pressure is on for S-Time, although he does have a kit, so he can take his time finding these fights. There's the first. Oh, what a ripper of a shot from him. Zedko and Shock are also low, so body shots become dangerous. Nice work around that corner by Shock, and he will ensure the pistol round victory for Sinners, which felt like a necessity given the way things have swung here.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't win this round, then there is not even a conversation about any kind of a comeback. So at least they bought a bit more time. Again, second half, sometimes you just kind of, you get off to a bit of a better start. See how this one plays out. 10-3, and no investment here for Gun 5. I can respect that because again, you're just 3 rounds away. Why try and win it with an early force up?
Yeah, and we saw, they try to go for a push towards mid, and it doesn't work, or I should say a stack. Feinstein gets one, but we saw it in the first map as well, right? On their CT side, they lost pistol, and they went for the full eco, and in the end, it worked out for them in the long run. Feinstein, that's a crazy on-the-run shot with the Deagle onto B-Stick. It feels like he's been so difficult for Sinners to put down, even though you look at his scoreline and be like, okay, that's not too crazy. He's been a thorn in their side, not only here, but on Nuke as well.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely true.
Yeah.
16 kills on S-Time. So he's leading at the moment. Shock's also starting to climb up there. We've got some players that are popping off. Classic smokes to the middle for a little bit of control, and the Molotov towards connector just to make sure. I think it lands maybe a little bit deeper than they were expecting, but regardless, oh, nice trick. We do see that on occasion. Obviously, the AWPers are always going to get smoked off in the middle on this map, but that is a potential workaround, and honestly, if anyone was going to do it in this game, probably Fineshine would be the guy.
Almost gets the frag on the smoke pop. Flashbang going to get tossed towards that B site as Sinners are adjusting themselves for what feels like final destination of the A site. And absolutely, for sure, at this point. I mean, you still got a minute 5 on the clock, but everyone's rotated around here. They've got a player top mid, so they can apply that pressure from every single angle.
Down to 50 seconds. I must say, this is a really strong A setup, right? Already 2 people in front. We've got another 2 people backing them up. Some of them are getting smoked off here, but one slip up here and Sinners are going to get into a lot of trouble. 30 seconds, 40 seconds actually, and Lackey already with great spray. So taking care of the first 2. S-Time's ready for more. The Molotov's not really burning on anyone there, and I think, unfortunately for them, this is too much. They're running back, but in a 2 versus 4 with only 30 seconds. If you run back to the B bomb site and you slip up once, you're going to be dead. So they're bringing the bomb back here instead. And Lackey, he's actually going to walk through the smoke. It's a crazy play, but it's also a bit of a mind game. I don't really hate it. And again, there's only 15 seconds left here. They should win this round every single time on the Gun 5 side.
No, I'm with you. Honestly, with so little time on the clock, Lackey says, well, at least I'll delay him a little bit if I push through the smoke. And yeah, I don't think they had a chance to plant the bomb. There's no way. Unless they get every single frag instantaneously, which would never happen. Selter and S-Time, easy ones come through, and despite losing pistol and being on an eco here, or excuse me, not an eco, despite losing pistol and then the follow-up, they come back with the rifles and they take care of business up against Sinners, who just felt like they couldn't deal with things. Not to mention that really wonderful read that they had. 4 players positioned on the A site ready to deal with that push. There's no way that Sinners are expecting that at all. Zello getting aggressive here, down towards top mid. Molotov burning at his feet, and now he's going to fall back. Is it going to be a frag here from the Tech 9, or Mac 10, excuse me? And doesn't look like it. So no frags just yet, but Sinners do get a little bit of mid control, even though their final destination is B, where Fineshine is waiting and firing away. Selter and Fineshine combining for 2-handers.
How does he get that flick? That's absolutely ridiculous. He was... Oh, he gets that one on the
There's no way
as well. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Fineshine, where's he come up with this from? After 16, gets the dunk onto Peppo at the end. I must say, this is super wicked. I'd love to see the replays of this. So this is already absolutely ridiculous. How did... Okay, does just see the backpack running through. Yeah. I was going to say, you know, you missed that by even an inch, and you're not going to see that anyone is in that smoke, but job done. 12 rounds on Gun 5, and 1 away from victory.
Jeez. Oh my goodness, Fineshine. Absolutely ridiculous. Himself and S-Time are the reason why Gun 5 have found so much success today.
Oh, yeah.
There's no question. And I think Fineshine has had the more, let's say, highlight reel plays that have come through. S-Time going to go down immediately, but Fineshine, speaking of which, connects on the trade. And, I mean, look, Sinners on a force buy right now, with their lives on the line here in this series, only able to get pistols. There is an AK picked up by Morisco, though.
4 versus 4. The bomb is going to be planted, so a little bit of success early on. But you know what? I respect this in Gun 5. Why worry about the bomb plant so much? You have the better weapons. You should be able to go for some sort of a retake, especially when they're pushing into you like this.
Oh, man.
So an early couple of kills going your way, down into a 2 versus 4, and now you're definitely going to be going for it. Peppo here, awkward position, runs out of bullets on the other side, but the trade is in. Even if the Tech 9 does get a kill, it should never be enough here. Bomb being defused. I don't see Sedco being able to stop it. It's with a kit as well, and it will be in plenty of time. So 13-4 as they pick up the victory in series in a 2-0 fashion.
What a ballsy series from Gun 5 in general, right? They go on to Nuke, and things aren't looking great for them, you know, and they're down 7-2, and then they call that timeout, and they get aggressive, they take the risks, they all pan out for them, getting the win on map number 1, which is your opponent's map pick, and then they pick into Mirage, which is the ballsy part. Like, this is not a map that most teams would pick into looking at Sinner stats, but they say, look, we've got a plan, we've seen things we can exploit on their part, we saw a hard read by Gun 5 on that A site once they were in the rifle v rifle round, and it was perfectly done. Again, we're seeing the roster come up here, but for me, and I think you as well, Anders, Fine Shine and S-Time were the stars.
Absolutely. From the HLTV, I can see he's been in the team for 24 days, right? It's his third team. He's only 20 years old. So pretty sick. I mean, I'm curious if we're going to see more of him. Obviously, it's just, you know, a couple of maps here that we're seeing, but some interesting skills for Fine Shine for sure. Very, very flashy stuff, and great victory for Gun 5. That's cool to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, so they're going to go 1-0 so far in the group stage. Still have another match coming up for you guys. It's going to be Sashi up against Rush B, so that one will be interesting to see what happens there. But it's cool to get these, I want to say surprises, right? Because we didn't really know what was going to happen coming into this one between these two squads. And Gun 5 impressed us. You know, the new player coming in, Fine Shine, they decided to make changes, and I can absolutely see why, you know, looking at the way Fine Shine plays, the reason they picked him up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, kind of a refreshing situation. Fun to learn some new names that we haven't, you know, don't necessarily get to see at a high level of Counter-Strike. So, so that's really, really cool. Yeah, the other game is going to be coming up a little bit later. It'll be a bit of a break, and I think Neo is going to be back from his other casting duties at the same time. So, yeah, Sashi versus Rushby. That's going to be potentially a fun game to watch too. But yeah, hang around. I think it's another hour into the future. So get something to drink, get some late night snacks or whatever you're looking for. And we'll return with that game after the break. So stay tuned.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.